Hello and a very good morning. Welcome to YouGarden. It's great to have your company. I've got Bex with us. How are you, my lovely?
Yes, very good. Always happy on a Sunday.
Absolutely, really excited. We've got 4 hours of gardening. We've got some brand new todays, things you haven't seen this week.
Absolutely, yes. We haven't featured, there's a few products we haven't featured at all. We've got loads of different offers going on as well.
We have. We've got some buy one, get one's frees. We've got some best sellers from this week and also from the weeks before if you've missed out in the past. We've got amazing deals, and you will find if you spend over £30,
yes,
you get free delivery, which is absolutely amazing, which we love. We've got a free gift,
yes,
which we're loving too, which is a collection of incredible bulbs. But if you want to get any of the deals, the buy one, get one free, we've even got buy one, get two free. I still don't understand that. I can't get that into my head. We've got incredible deals and clearance prices. You do need to use the code, and the code is on your screen right now. It's YGTV40. You always put that code in because it locks all those special offers. You'll get your free gifts, you'll get your buy one and get one free. It's really great to have your company. Good morning, and wherever you're watching from, of course on YouGarden TV,
website, yep,
Facebook,
indeed,
YouTube, and you can comment as well on Facebook.
Absolutely,
and YouTube.
Facebook, YouTube. That's where you can send your comments and your questions in, or you can have a little chat between yourselves, which I know you do a lot of the time. Good morning to everybody that's watching. I hope we've got some of our regulars in.
And something else you must do if you're joining. Hello, Lane. Good morning.
She's one of the regulars.
Nice to have you with us today. If you do watch today and want to order anything, we have to join the club. Yes, the club is amazing because it's actually only £5, and I have to think about this all the time. Right? Really, is it £5? It is £5. Now, there's 2 club memberships. Go for the £5 one. Though it says it actually renews each year, you can cancel it as and when you want to, so it makes no odds. Go for the £5 one. It'll give you 10% off all your plants instantly, which is fantastic. You'll also get 5% off your outdoor living, so things like lawn mowers and things like that. You get £20 worth of vouchers. They're split over the year, and you can spend those over the year as well, and loads of offers and competitions, so it is well worth it. Virtually pays for itself as soon as you actually become a member, so do definitely go for that membership as well. And of course you can do that so easily on our little website there, so it's really great to have your company today. Don't forget, you are getting the free bulbs. If you spend over £30, you get free delivery, but any of the offers you do need that code, so please do not forget to put that code on. It's on your screen all the time. You're going to point in the right direction then as well. We've been practicing which way to point.
Which way? There it is! There it is!
YGTV40. Now we're going to start at the very beginning.
Yes.
One of the most important things, and we were talking about this in the car on the way in, the best way to get the best out of any of your plants is having the best compost. And my goodness, this is actually exactly what they use in the nursery. We're in the middle of the nursery right now, in the potting shed.
Just outside the door there, that's where all of the plants are. 11-acre nursery we're in here, and it is fabulous. Honestly, I love being here. I love going for a little wander and looking at all the plants.
It is, it's fabulous.
But this is one of the reasons why it is so fabulous. This is why they have such amazing results. This is to do with the premium professional compost. Just fantastic ingredients in here, scientifically backed to give your plants the absolute best start and continued life. Texture is amazing, which means you get really strong root growth, nice strong foundations. We'll go into all the detail on this, but this is a top seller week after week after week.
This is the secret, isn't it? And this is what the difference it makes. So from your standard compost, which that plant's alive, but it's not thriving. With our compost, the roots are thriving. So your stronger plant, healthier plant, bigger flowers, better fruit, better results. So whatever you're planting. Now you have got 2 50-litre bags, completely plain bags. It's what they use here at the nursery. I was here when it was delivered once, and they're like, oh my goodness, this will be gone in a week. I was like, you're joking. It is so popular. And £24.98 is your price. But if you want to get 10% off that, join the club. And remember, of course, to use your YGTV40 code, because that will give you all the extra discounts and, of course, your free plants as well. And don't forget, over £30, you've got free delivery. So it's well worth getting something else in with that, and you'll get free delivery alongside it as well. Now, we've got another amazing deal for you. We've got so many amazing deals. Have a little look at this. Okay. Now, we haven't seen this week. You may have seen it before, but this is beautiful. Witch hazel, isn't it? This is what I think.
Yes, the Lauropetalum, the witch hazel. This is absolutely fantastic, and this is one of the favourites that we brought back because you've absolutely adored this deal. Our lovely Sean Ryan, who is here with me regularly, he's having a little holiday at the moment.
I'm just
he's
filling
having
in
a nice
for him
time
today, which is nice.
But he's got this in his garden, and he absolutely adores this one, and I'm starting to fall in love with it as well now, just because this, I mean, there's so many good things to tell you about this. So first of all, it is called the ever red, and there is a reason. It is ever red, like it always has its leaves, okay? So you've always got this gorgeous, dark, colouring of leaf.
All year, it's not
all year round. Fabulous. And I love having this dark colour of leaf on there because I think these kinds of things contrast beautifully in our borders. Obviously, it contrasts perfectly against the greens. I can see under the studio lights in here, they're kind of pinky red colour. So the sunlight
will create that,
Indeed, that's going to look absolutely gorgeous. Now, let's talk about these flowers, because how unusual are these flowers? They are incredible. And you get 2 flushes of flowers on here. So they first will come into flower for you around sort of February, April time, and you get loads of these gorgeous sparkler type ribbon-like bright pink flowers on here. But it also happens again around now as well. So around September, October time, you get another flush of these gorgeous flowers on there. So not only have you got that all round or all year round interest with the colour of the leaves and them being on there constantly, but you get 2 flushes of those flowers happening as well. Really nice compact plant too. It doesn't get out of control. It gets to about 1 metre by 1 metre. And I like the way that it grows. It's not completely dense, bushy plant, but it's got this gorgeous kind of arching, graceful, draping.
It is graceful, isn't it? It's absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
The actual flowers, I think, are so interesting and amazing. Your deal is amazing as well. You can get one of these for $15.99, but you can actually double up for $24.98. You will get another plant. So it's not twice the price, but you're getting twice as much. So it's well worth doing that. But you do need the code to do that, which is YGTV40. Do not miss out on that. 510306 is your item number, and that is an absolute favourite, which we've got available this week. So do grab those while the stock's there. Now, do I put these into the ground, or can I put these into pots?
You can do either, to be honest with you. So I love the idea of a double up deal, particularly if you're putting it into pots. If you watch regularly, you'll know I'm a bit of a fan of the symmetry. I like the idea of those things either side of doorway seating areas and things like that. If you saw in that clip of video that we showed you, there was some potted up into white pots, which really does look amazing because they really contrast against the dark colour of the foliage and the bright pink of those flowers. How stunning does that look?
That looks fabulous.
It looks amazing, doesn't it? And also, pots or borders, really not a problem. But this also doesn't mind a bit of shade, which I think is another really important point to let you know about, because we know that shade can be a tricky thing, can't it? We struggle to find things to plant.
Nothing will grow because it's too shady.
Absolutely.
But these will be happy.
Well, I've got one that's really deep shade. I'm still struggling with that area. I'll work it out. It's fine. This is what I love about gardening, actually, because it's all a bit of trial and error, and you try things. But yeah, these don't mind a bit of shade. They will tolerate sun, they will tolerate full sun, but they don't mind a bit of shade either. So I think that's a really important one to let you know.
And that is a fantastic deal, isn't it? Double up, whether you're going to keep them both or give one away as a gift. It's a really nice present. There's a lot of sort of history behind a witch hazel as well. 510306 is your item number. One for $15.99, but don't forget double up for $24.98. But you do need to use the code to get that double up, which is YGTV40. And on top of that, of course, you'll get that free gift as well, which is those fabulous summer solstice mix of actual bulbs, which have got irises in and alliums and all sorts of amazing bulbs in there. So grab that while the stock is available as your free gift. And don't forget, if you spend over £30, you do get free delivery as well, which is fantastic. Now, this is
free delivery. It's one of the best things.
That is the way to shop, isn't it? Definitely spend over 30. Honestly, you might think, well, there's bound to be another little something. Pop it in your basket, get over £30, and free delivery makes such a difference.
And also, go and look around the website as well. There's a whole website worth of product here, not just what we show you, but YouGarden have
there's lawnmowers and tools and all sorts
of things. So whilst you can get over that £30, which will be very easy to do, let's face it.
And we've got manure and all sorts, so there's loads.
Oh, so much. You can easily get over there, and I would very much recommend you do that.
Now in my ear, I'm hearing who's feeling exotic this morning. What have we got next?
I'll go exotic for you. This is the Caribbean lily.
Oh, beautiful.
Okay, so we spotted this one. It was a few weeks ago, and it was ridiculously popular. I'm hoping not all of you got it, because we've brought it back for you. We have not seen this week. It has not been on any of the shows shows. But it has previously been such an amazing seller. I absolutely adore this one. I think it is really, really pretty. Look at how these flowers open. It's incredibly unusual. Stunning. It's one of your spring flowering bulbs, and it's one that I think deserves its own pot all by itself. I mean, you can plant it into pots, you can plant it into borders, it's not a problem. But I think that you need to give this its own place of
it's going to be that eye-catching. You can see from the colour. You'll walk into the garden. That's the first thing you're going to see, isn't it? It's going to be whether it's in the ground or whether it's in pots. Now, I've just heard we haven't got a great deal of stock. Oh, isn't that beautiful?
That's the picture for me that really just makes it.
Oh, I love the way they flower and sort of flower from the bottom and then they all fill out. That's gorgeous.
It's nice and compact as well. It's not a massive plant. It's going to reach about 30 centimetres tall, about 20 centimetres wide, and you get 3 bulbs in the bag. We do obviously have the double up deal, so you can get 6 for an extra £5 basically. But please don't listen, if you want to plant it in a pot and put some other things around it, go for it. But I think 3 of these in a big pot would be absolutely beautiful, and it will look amazing. Stu, can we just check the price on it, please? Because it says 14. It is $9.99.
Right, that's all right then. So it's $9.99 for one, so 630045. I will double check that, but you'll get 2 for $14.98. Now put 2 into your basket when you're doubling up and use the code YGTV40. So $9.99 for one, but go for 2, $14.98 for the 2. 630045 is your item number, and they are ready to be planted. It's just the right time to plant bulbs because the soil, it's been warm through the summer. We're not going to shock them. It's just the right time to plant them.
No, this is absolutely perfect. Obviously, our spring flowering bulbs, even summer flowering bulbs, we're getting those into the ground now. There's some, so for example, tulips, you don't want to plant them too early because then they can get a bit mushy and rot in the ground. But, any time now, really, and into November, this is absolute perfect time to be planting these. These are nice big bulbs that we're talking about. You can see there's a green shoot at the top there. Don't worry about that. It's not an issue. You're just going to plant these into the ground. Now, the thing with Caribbean lily is slightly against our normal rules when it comes to planting bulbs. Obviously, they all have their own little special rules, but we normally say double the depth of the size of the bulb.
Right, okay.
Not with this one. This one's a shallow one. So just below the surface with this one. So on these ones that have got the green shoots, I'm going to plant it into the compost to there, just to where that green shoot is coming up. If you've got something without green shoots, just below the surface, that's all you need to do with this one. And then you're going to get this absolutely gorgeous display. It's going to steal the show. It's a proper showstopper. You plant it into your mixed borders if you want to, but genuinely, I think you need a big pot, put all 3 of them in there together, and that will be just beautiful.
Again, in that white pot that we saw earlier, they'd look fantastic, wouldn't they? Do double up. $9.99 for one. It's just slightly wrong on your screen, but you will get 2 for $14.98. So 630045 is your item number. An amazing deal. And I love bulbs because they're just so exciting when they start to come through. Now we're going to move on to the most beautiful of poppies.
Okay, so this is new for us.
Oh, it's like
one.
Velvety. It's
like
or silky. It's absolutely stunning. I can't wait for you to see this.
Oh my word, it's the colour, isn't it? I think it's rich, it's beautiful, and I just love a poppy, basically. Poppies are the most interesting, aren't they? They're gorgeous. So this is one of our new products for this week. We had this particular variety as a bare root last week, but this time we're bringing it to you as 3 pots, not as a bare root plant. So 3 plants here in their 9 centimetre pots. But that is what is going to come from these. Look at how deep and rich and gorgeous that purple colour is. This is one of your hardy perennial plants. And now is the time to be planting out your hardy perennials. As you were saying, the ground is in the perfect condition. We know that, we're assured of some decent weather at the moment. Because there's 2 times you're going to plant out your hardy perennials. You can do it now and you can do it in the springtime. Now is probably, look at those. Look how pretty.
Oh, wow.
Now is probably the better time because we are more guaranteed of what the weather is doing, what the ground is like, whereas we have absolutely no idea what's going to be happening in spring. It might still be snowing. We don't know, do we?
Absolutely.
We have no idea.
I think they get more established as well, don't they? They get themselves sorted, and I think it makes them that little bit stronger. I mean, they are so pretty, aren't they? They've got that sort of vintage sort of look to them, aren't they? That sort of antique.
I can imagine it.
Silky.
It looks like
gorgeous.
A dress, doesn't it?
It
looks like a silky, beautiful dress that you'd be wearing to some amazing night out. I love the colour of these, and I love the story of poppies. I think they're really interesting. So low maintenance. It's, you know, you really do just plant them and let them do their thing. Sometimes poppies benefit from being staked or planted, you know, among other plants, because they can reach sort of 90 odd centimetres, and the flowers themselves get really, really big. But you do get some nice foliage on a poppy as well, which is really, really pretty.
They have got lovely leaves.
They've got lovely leaves.
They're just really interesting. I think they're an absolute joy, but this is really unusual. What I will say is you're saving more than you're spending today. It's an amazing deal.
Well, as the bare root that we had, was it last week? I think it was. As the bare root, this was one of the most popular items that we had on the show. So I imagine that as 3 plants in 9 centimetre pots, this is going to be one of the most popular ones at all. Remember that pollinators absolutely adore these. You will always see a bee or something, you know, flying around poppies.
When you see the pictures, you can virtually see a bee landing.
Really
that is the first thing that comes into your head. Remember, do use the code, because you will get your free gift as well of the bulbs. And don't forget, if you spend over £30, you will actually getting free delivery. So it's well worth staying with us, finding a few bits and pieces to get over that £30. Because when you've got free delivery on gardening, that is the day to shop, which is absolutely brilliant. But always use that code, because it unlocks all the deals that we've got today, including your free gifts. Now, where are we going to go to next?
Aquilegia
now,
next.
is this Mrs. Scott?
Mrs. Scott, yes, indeed.
We've tried to find out about Mrs. Scott, haven't we?
I know, I couldn't find. I really did research for ages.
Do you know at home who Mrs. Scott is?
I was on the website. Honestly, I kept searching for about 20 minutes and I couldn't find it. I'm determined.
Perhaps she just loved them, because I looked at these and I wrote on my notes, wow, because these are absolutely
aren't they?
Beautiful. And again, all our hardy plants, there's a little note with all of these, isn't there?
What do you mean?
With our lifetime guarantee.
Oh, yes. OK, yes, of course. Thank you. I wasn't sure what you were getting at.
I said it a bit back to front, I think.
No, it's fine. But yes, these are winter hardy, which means that they come to you with the lifetime guarantee from YouGarden, which is a fantastic guarantee. And it does mean that if they fail to thrive in your garden, all you have to do is get in touch with customer services, and they will then replace them for you free of charge. All they ask is that you cover any postage costs to get them back out to you. But it's wonderful to have that lifetime guarantee, because it just means that you've got peace of mind.
Completely.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you know, and the great thing with YouGardens is you're getting absolutely quality plants like you won't believe. If you were lucky as we were to actually walk out into the nursery and say, all the plants sort of the same size, what you see in the studios very much is what is delivered to your door. So well looked after as well, and directly from the nursery to your door as well, and delivered in such special ways that, you know, in little greenhouses.
Yeah,
very clever.
Greenhouses, everything is, every part of the packaging is fully recyclable as well. And YouGarden have been here for a long time. They've been doing it for quite a while. So they've really worked out the best way of packaging things so that they do arrive to you in the best possible condition. We say 5 to 7 days for delivery. What we are finding is that people are getting their deliveries very quickly. One I had recently came the next day.
Wow.
And that's not because I get special treatment. I promise you, I do not get special treatment. But it did come next day. I can't guarantee that for you, but we do our best to get them out to you as soon as possible. When it comes to your Aquilegia, what we're going to try and create with this is a very gorgeous woodland feel with all these beautiful flowers and the pastel-y tones that you get on these. They're so pretty. They survive in a variety of conditions as well, and you get masses of these pastel, elegant blooms on here. Definitely a cottage garden favourite. Definitely a reliable perennial. It self-seeds as well, so there's another massive tick in the box. And these can reach somewhere between sort of 60 and 90 centimetres in height. So these are excellent to put in your sort of mixed borders and things. Easy to grow, sun or part shade as well, which is another good one. Because if you think it's a kind of woodland flower, it you know, doesn't need to be in complete full sunshine all the time. Part shade will be absolutely easy peasy. And they are garden ready. So you know, this is...
I can't believe the price.
I know.
I looked at the price, I was like, hang on, there's loads of these. There's 10 plants. half price deal at £7.50. Now we've got 4 others on this same deal, which we'll be telling you about. Lobelia, Rebecca, they're on a half price deal at Digitalis. So we've got some real amazing deals that you mustn't miss out on. So if you are thinking about spending over £30, do keep popping things into your basket, because if you spend over £30, you do of course get that free delivery. So it's well worth doing that. And do use the code always, because that unlocks all the actual deals, the buy one get one's free, buy one get 2 free, or the half price deals, whatever deal you go, and you need to use that code, and it also gives you that free gift of those fabulous bulbs as well. So do use the code and join the club. For £5 you'll get 10% off everything, which is ridiculous. It's great. But we're moving on to one of my absolute favourites, and I fell in love with these in the Isle of Wight, and virtually every garden had got them, and I was like, what are they? They're amazing. And I love the way you could sort of see through them and see the rest of the garden. They're so pretty.
Yeah, I do love a Verbena bonariensis. As I've got a couple in my garden, and they are so easy to grow. Honestly, you plant them and you leave them. You don't need to do anything. Obviously water and feed, you know, as you would normally your borders and things, but other than that, there is very little that you need to do with your Verbena bonariensis. It is absolutely, it's one of those plants that you put into your mixed borders, and it's a workhorse. It does its thing. It's covered, so it gets quite tall. Pretty. I mean, mine got
they do.
Is this the lollipop? No, this is the lollipop, isn't it? Okay, so this one's a slightly shorter version of the Verbena bonariensis. I've got the really tall one that has reached my height and a little bit taller. The lollipop actually stays a little bit more compact, a bit shorter. So this one's only going to reach about maybe 60 centimetres in height, whereas the one I've got, as I say, as high as me, that's a metre 60, a metre 70
So if you've got a smaller garden, or if you want to have it sort of more at the front of the garden, or could we put these into pots?
You can put them into pots quite happily. I think they work. Personally, I think they work better in borders, and it's from what you were saying, because they're not dense at the bottom. They've not got this dense foliage, so they're actually the perfect plant to look through. It doesn't block your view of other plants in the garden. So if you're looking down your border, you can still see to the other end of the border. So that's why it's a perfect plant for that, and a kind of a garden designer's favourite for that reason as well. They flower for a really long time as well. June, July, August, September. Mine are still looking fabulous, even now into October. Bees and butterflies and things love them. You can see all those, there's lots of little purple flowers on the top of each of those stems, and they adore, jumping around there. Loves a sunny position if you can give it. I've planted in 2 areas, one in a more sunny border and one in a slightly shadier border. I'm definitely getting more flowers on the one in the sunnier border. So, it wants a sun position if you can give it to it. But just, really, really easy to grow, and it seeds freely as well. So free plants. Can't say no to that, can you?
Can't say no to that.
Say no to free plants.
Really big jumbo plugs as well, if you can see them there.
Yeah, they are huge, aren't they?
Huge. So you're in 6 of those in total. $14.99 is your price. That's 480-557. But be really, really quick with those and grab them while the stock is there. They are the prettiest of plants. You'll absolutely love them. We're going to move on because we're going to try and fit in as much as we possibly can. We've got loads of plants.
We've got so many.
Plants
it's
everywhere.
All lined up behind us.
So we want to show you absolutely everything if we can. So this is a miracle attraction. I like the sound of this.
St John's wort, this one.
I recognise. Yes. That doesn't sound quite so attractive, does it? Miracle attraction.
People know
it's nicer than a
wort is, don't they? I love this one. Again, it's been one of the favourites, but you have not seen it this week. But yes, this one has sold brilliantly for us in the last couple of weeks, and you can see why. Look at it. There's so much going on this plant. You get these gorgeous flowers that are on there. June, July, August, September. I think they're so pretty. I love the yellow, and then the fuzzy yellow stamens that are coming out the top of there. Really, really interesting. But you also get on here these
like berries, aren't they? Yeah.
I was going to say buds. No, berries on here, and these sort of change colour as well. So they start off a kind of pale, creamy yellow colour, and they go peachy and orangey, and then into a deep red colour. And you've got the flowers and the berries on there at the same time. It's just, look at that. That is the most interesting plant, I think.
And there's so much colour, months of colour.
Lots of going on with it.
It is. It's so unusual. The flowers are unusual on their own, aren't they? But then to have those berries alongside, and and just works so nicely with those beautiful leaves as well. And the colour's just fantastic.
And it's a nice compact plant too. This is a bit like your loropetalum. You know, we're only talking maybe 1 metre by 1 metre. So this one, I think, you know, happily this can live in a pot. This could be a bit of a feature plant in a pot on its own.
And they are easy to grow, aren't they?
Easy to grow.
Are they hardy?
Yes, they're winter hardy.
Fabulous.
So you get that guarantee from us here at YouGarden. They can be deciduous or semi-evergreen. It really depends on, you know, where you live and the climate. Sometimes depend if you're in a milder area, it can keep a lot of its leaves, but it just depends on where you live.
I know flower arrangers really like that plant as well.
They
don't
do indeed.
they?
You're right. Yes.
So grab that while the stock is there. $11.99 is your price there. 510890 is your item number. Now the postage is included, but you are going to spend over £30 and you'll get free delivery, and postage will be included in absolutely everything. All you need to do is spend over £30. It's so easy to do that, and it's so easy as well to get your garden looking amazing all year round. It used to be where you really had sort of spring and summer gardens. Now we can have colour through the winter. We can have our gardens looking great through the winter as well.
Yeah, and do you know what? There is always something to do out in the garden. You know, it might become a little bit less, but that doesn't mean you can't have something that's interesting in the garden at this time of year. And that's exactly our kind of ethos of what we're trying to bring you with the garden shows that we do, which is it's either something that you should be doing in your garden right now,
getting ready,
you know, like bulbs and all those sorts of things, or it looks good in your garden right now. So, you know, with the hypericum, for example, it looks amazing in your garden right now. Plus, it's really good to plant it right now because this is one of your perennials, your hardy perennials, and now is a really good time for you to be getting that out into the garden.
And when you're gardening, for me, is the only time I really switch off. And we were edging yesterday and getting the weeds up, which isn't the best of jobs, but I just find it so relaxing.
I love doing jobs like that.
I think, you know, mental health wise, I think it's so good for you to enjoy your gardens all year round. Don't think they're not there through the winter months. And we often have some really nice bright days to be out in the garden doing bits and pieces, don't we?
Doing things like weeding and edging. I think it's the monotony of it.
Yeah,
Kind of,
and then it's
really
so satisfying,
and you look back and you're wow,
looks
good. I did that.
Yeah, we did. It was a great day yesterday. Now we're moving on to another really popular plant. You haven't seen it this week. It has the prettiest of flowers. They look so delicate, don't they? But again, this is winter hardy.
Yep. Absolutely, and this is one of my top 10 of all the plants.
Really?
Honestly, of all the plants that we've been bringing on the YouGarden shows, this is in my top 10 at the moment. It might get usurped at some point, but I absolutely adore this one. Now, these actually have had a haircut. As you can see, they've been chopped back a little bit, as you would at this time of year anyway. But this piece of footage here was taken from a show a couple of weeks ago before they had their haircut.
They're like butterflies flying.
That's
so
exactly
pretty.
what I think they look like, for sure. Now, this is a winter hardy plant. It's been given the Royal Horticultural Society Perfect for Pollinators badge. They reach about 80 centimetres in height, and as you can see, I think you go on a real journey with this plant. You have these lovely pinkish reddish stalks and stems on here. You go up to this lovely lush kind of green foliage on here, but then rising up above that foliage are the tops of those stems there, and as you say, they look like little pink butterflies that are just dancing around at the top. And that movement that you get from that, while that's just blowing in the breeze, I think it's a journey, that plant. That's what it just takes me on a little journey as I look up it. And I just think they're delicate and dainty looking flowers that are actually really robust. I was beating that plant up in the studio, really shaking it around, trying to mimic, you know, a strong wind. And those flowers stayed where they were. So something that looks so dainty and delicate actually has some real strength behind it. It's a long flowering season you get on this. May, June, July, August, September. That is such a long flowering season on here. And there's very little you need to do to it. You can give it a little trim up and stuff occasionally to try and encourage more flowers to come through. But generally you just leave that one alone. It's drought tolerant as well, so it's not one that needs to be mollycoddled and watered constantly.
Fabulous.
Easy to grow. Give it a full sun position if you can. And they make great cut flowers as well, actually. I could imagine using those and cutting those and bringing them indoors.
They're so pretty, they're so delicate. They do look like butterflies, don't they? Your deal's amazing. It's like a half price deal. You're getting 3 plants, so they work out sort of $4.99 a plant, which is amazing. And grab that while the stock is there. Remember to join the club. Remember to use the code as well, YGTV40, because that will unlock all the discount codes, and also it will give you your free gift as well. And don't forget, if you spend over £30, you are getting, of course, that fabulous free delivery. And join the club, you get 10% off as well. We've got loads of people, I think, to say hello to already. George is
Good morning, George.
watching. Good morning, George. Malcolm is watching as well.
Neil, Carol. I'm recognising lots of these names.
Yeah.
I think you're all regular viewers, aren't you?
So nice, isn't it?
I love it, honestly. I mean, a few people have been messaging on social media and stuff like that as well. I was talking to someone about this recently. You can't go too far wrong with gardeners, can you?
No.
Gardeners tend to be lovely people. I think if you've got a love of growing, then you've got to be a nice person, haven't you? Really. Yeah.
Now, who's bought the witch hazel? Carol. Well done. You'll love the witch hazel, Carol. It's absolutely stunning. Oh, okay. Neil's got a question. Now, he's got alliums. He's planted them out, but they're dying back like twigs. Is that right for this time of year?
So he's recently planted them out. The alliums, is it the bubbles?
Yes. Yeah.
It's probably the lavender bubbles. Yes, absolutely. That's going to happen at this time of year. So the beautiful thing about, the interesting thing is you're planting your perennials out now, but you're not planting them expecting to see results right now. You're planting them to get yourself ahead of next year. So by planting those allium lavender bubbles now, what you'll get is bigger, better, earlier displays next year. So they're a later flowering allium. They normally come out about June, July, but then they're August, September into October. Now is about the time they're going to start going to sleep, but they're going to come back for you. They're going to look absolutely stunning next year. Don't worry about those ones. And they're a winter hardy, I believe. So
which is fabulous.
You're all right.
And alliums are so pretty. And they look so dramatic. You think you'd have to be a real proper gardener to plant, but they're so easy. They virtually, just get them planted and they look very much look after themselves. And we have got them, so we'll go into those.
Two free.
We've got so many good deals.
It's a good one.
This is beautiful. There's something about an acer which I find so relaxing, so calming. And this is such an amazing size because acers, is that the price? Wow.
I know.
$24.99. I know because I've got a few acers. Mum's got a few acers. Mum's got some now that are like trees because you really can allow them to grow on if you want. They're worth a fortune now. It's an investment, I think, an acer.
I adore acers. Again, I am acer obsessed. I'm acer and allium obsessed. I'm sure I'll get more obsessed with other things as well. I don't have the Jordan in my collection though. So this might be one I need to add in.
This is quite special,
But you're absolutely right, yes. The thing with acers are they do come with a hefty price tag normally. Because they're very hard to propagate. They're very hard to grow from, they're very hard, basically, to start off. They're not hard to carry on with, though. Honestly, really, really easy to look after.
The only thing I don't like is a windy spot,
That's
isn't
exactly
it? But apart from that, I've had an acer me and Mum, for years we've had them.
Yeah, long time. And so I think a full sun position, certainly in the heat of the sun, midday, during the summer months, they don't really like that either. Having said that, I've got one that lives in a full sun position and it's fine. But yeah, most important is not in a windy spot because they suffer from wind burn. The leaves get all crispy and horrible. They don't like that. But other than that, you plant it out, you leave it and it will do its thing. Look
and we're seeing different colours. So this is the same actual acer, but changes colour.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, you get these gorgeous kind of buttery yellow colour and they go a bright lime colour, then they go a golden orange colour and then a red colour. So you get a really lovely sort of colour changing thing. And that happens with a lot of acers actually, that you get a colour changing thing going on with the leaves. I like these leaves. I like the shape of these ones. These are really interesting. So the kind of unique and fan-shaped rather than that palmatum shape.
But they are like a big fan, aren't they? Yeah.
I like this one a lot. Now, acers tend to be relatively slow growing. They don't get massive very, very quickly. This one I think is going to reach potentially about 1 metre in height, but it's going to take you probably 10 years to get there. It takes a little bit of time for it to get there, and that I absolutely adore because you can really go on that journey with them. I got 4 acers now. I need more in my current life. Jordan might
put
be
them
one
somewhere
to
where
add
you
in.
sit. I think they're so calming, and order that. The price of that is amazing. Now, do notice you have obviously got delivery on this, and this is where it's well worth spending over £30 because if you actually spend another £5 and a penny, you'll get free delivery completely. So you'll spend £5 and a penny, but you'll save £6.99 because your delivery then will be free on absolutely everything. So whether you put some compost in or whether you just want to put a pot in or whatever, do go onto our website and keep watching. Fill your basket. If you spend over £30, free delivery makes a massive difference on gardening. And don't forget, you've got free delivery on your £30. You've got your free gift as well, and you've got loads of special deals.
This is an excellent collection.
I mean, they're beautiful, aren't they?
60 bulbs you get in that collection, 20 of each. So there's the Dutch mixed iris there, 20 of those bulbs. They're great. I love an iris. And then we've got 20 of the allium molly, which is that lovely yellow one. They reach about, I think, 40, 50 centimetres in height. Lovely upward facing flowers. And you're getting 20 of the trichlea. They're a bit smaller, they're more compact, maybe 20, 25 centimetres.
They're all lovely, aren't they?
They don't mind a bit of clay soil as well, so they're quite interesting. But do you know what? It's free. It's free with purchase.
They're worth $9.99, but they're free with every purchase with your code YGTV40. So make sure you put that code in. Now, where should we move to next?
Winter Gem, the Sakakaka.
Wow. This is the one you were so excited about because it smells, it looks fantastic, but you say it smells fantastic.
It smells absolutely beautiful, this one. So this happens when you get the flowers on here, which is in the winter time. You get these. So I discovered this at a place in where we live. There's this lake place that we go and we used to walk around, and it was a few years ago. And I was walking around there with my kids, and I was like, "What is that smell? Gorgeous smell! That lovely scent. It was vanilla-y and sweet, and it was just wafting along on the breeze." And I was hunting for this plant to find where it was. I hunted it down. I had no idea what it was at the time. I took pictures of it. I sent it to my mum. I was like, "Mum, what is this? What is this?" Trying to find out what it was, and it was this. And I went and I hunted it down, and I have it in my garden because the scent that you get from this is absolutely those flowers there. The scent that you get from those are absolutely just delicious.
They're really interesting as well.
And they come out, I think it's around December to March time. That's when you get them. It's kind of in the winter time.
Which very little flowers at that time, so fabulous.
The scent of it is just incredible. It's an evergreen plant for you as well. And it's really neat and compact and easy to manage. It doesn't take over. It only reaches maybe 1 metre by 1 metre. It's a nice compact bush that we're talking about. We're calling it winter gem. You might have heard of it as Christmas box or sweet box.
All right, yes.
That's another of the names. I found out about it because somebody called it Christmas box, and that's where I discovered what it was. It doesn't mind the soil types it grows in either, so it's pretty tolerant of all those different soil types. So this is a really good plant for you to have because it is so versatile of, you know, where it gets planted. It's evergreen, it's scented, it has those gorgeous flowers on there. The Royal Horticultural Society have given it the badge of perfect for pollinators. There's so many good things to say, and it's winter hardy as well.
Fabulous.
Down to about -5.
So it'll always look this good because I've got lots of pots. A lot of our garden is patio and decking, so we've got loads of pots, and it's so sad when the plants you've got, they lose all their leaves, and all you've got sort of is dead sticks coming out of your pots. So this is going to look good all year round with the interest of those fabulous flowers and that incredible scent as well, but flowers in the winter months, which is so unusual.
Buds everywhere ready to sort of pop out. There's buds here. Those are the flowers that are going to start popping out of here. There's going to be loads of flowers on that plant.
And what we see size-wise is very much what we get, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a really nice established, big, what is it, 4.6 litre? Yeah, 4.6 litre pot. So really well established. In fact, the one that's in my border... Yeah, probably not much bigger than that, to be honest with you.
So
so that's a really nicely established
looking
plant.
Fabulous. In beds and borders, in pots, $19.99. You're saving £10. Use the code to make sure you get that code, YGTV40. So please do not miss out on getting that as an incredible deal. And the great thing is, of course, you've got that fabulous smell with those flowers, and those flowers in the winter too. 510-579 is your item number. Don't forget to join the club. The club is only £5, and what the club will do, now it's £5. I know it says it will renew annually, but you can cancel at any point, so please do. The £5 one is the best deal to go for. You'll get 10% off all your plants today instantly. You'll also get 5% off your outdoor living, so things like your lawn mowers and things like that. You get £20 worth of vouchers that are split over the year for you to spend as well. Loads of offers, competitions and expert advice, so it's well worth worth for £5 joining. You'll virtually get that money back straight away. And don't forget, always use the code, because that will give you your free gift, which is those fabulous Solstice Mix bulbs, which are worth £9.99. And don't forget, if you spend over £30, you've got free delivery. So there's every reason to order with us today, but always use the code and definitely join the club, and definitely buy the compost. If you've had plants fail, perhaps you've gone back to a pot at the end of the season and the plant is actually virtually the same size as it was when you planted it, you know, with the roots. You think, has it actually grown? It's still like it was in that first little pot. It hasn't got any bigger. The roots haven't established. This compost, honestly, because of the ingredients, because it's the nursery's compost, it truly is a professional compost that can give you the most amazing results. Made me feel like I had green fingers. Everything grew better.
It's so clever, honestly. And it does start with this sort of foundation. I just found one of the green balls that you'll see dotted throughout the compost. This is one of the ingredients in here. This is a slow release fertilizer that's going to feed your plants for a good 6 months once you plant them out in here. Hayley, you once described it to me as your plants 5 a day, which I thought was an excellent way of describing this. We need our 5 a day. Our plants need their 5 a day as well. And it's because this is packed with some of the most incredible ingredients, that slow release fertilizer being one of them, that gives them that wonderful, 5 a day.
Absolutely. It's light, it's airy, it's nice to work with, but all that ingredients giving the goodness to your plants that your plants need to survive and to thrive.
So I never put much store in compost. I was like, well, it's dirt, isn't it? Like, it doesn't matter. It just needs some dirt for it to grow.
No.
How naive I was. And I have learned, obviously, it's a false economy to go and buy cheap compost, and we've all done it in the past. We've all gone and bought some.
Really Sometimes horrible. You virtually can't get it out of the bag because it's like solid black mush. Sometimes it's got that horrible sort of white sort of growth in it, like a mould, really, because it's so old. This is honestly fantastic. It's light, it's airy, it's a really beautiful soil. Just hearing one of our viewers is going to get Olwyn.
Hi,
Thank
Olwyn.
you for watching. Good morning. Oh, today's his birthday. It's her husband's 75th birthday coming up, and she's going to buy the winter gem because of the smell, because he's blind.
No,
so
I think that's a lovely idea, and honestly, that scent that you get from that is going to be incredible. He will love that.
Makes such a difference. I had a friend that had to make a garden for the blind people, and it was all about the smell and the sound and the feel, and it makes the garden so interesting.
Actually, Olwyn, if you're buying that for the scent, you might want to get the Nandina firepower for the sound. We'll come to that in a little while.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's your details if you do want to go for that. It smells amazing, and it's a winter flowering plant, which is fabulous, and evergreen, so it always looks great. So £19.99 is deal, saving £10, but use the code for all of those deals, YGTV40. Now back to our compost, and our compost would be great to plant the winter gem, but actually to plant virtually all and everything.
All and everything, absolutely. So let's start at the beginning. Premium professional compost. Not just some fancy title we've given it. It is actually premium professional compost. There are so many plants that I'm looking at right now in the studio that have been grown in the premium professional compost. This is how it started its life. It was the nursery compost, still is the nursery compost, but what they've done is made it available for us to be able to buy so that we can get, as professional results as possible. The ingredients, as we've pointed out, are absolutely incredible. The slow release fertilizer. We've got 3 different types of peat in here, black and white peat. The amount of that has been reduced over the years because there's an environmental issue with that, so it has been reduced, and it's been replaced with other amazing ingredients that really do help your plants. So we've got composted wood fibres in here. You'll see all these fibres running through the compost. What that helps with is water retention. It helps with even water distribution. It also helps to make up this lovely light airy texture, which we'll get onto. It's all about
because a lot of composts are stodgy and thick, and you horrible, can't work with them.
We've also got in here a lime to balance out the pH. This is what makes this an all-round compost. So we always say seeds through to trees and anything in between you can plant in here. There's a couple of things like your rhododendrons, azaleas, and things that like an ericaceous compost, obviously not, but everything else you can put into here, even your houseplants.
Yeah,
I've been putting my houseplants in it. They're having a great time.
There's been so many 5-star reviews for this product over the years. It is phenomenal, and it's what the nursery uses. Never intended to be for us. It took a few years to convince them to bag it up. They're plain bags. You're getting 2 of those bags, 50 litres, delivered to your door. You're not struggling them into your boot. I love the fact they've split them as well, rather than just a big 100 litre. So you've got one bag that you can open and use, and you've got another bag still fresh, and it's easier to manoeuvre as well. £24.98 is so close to £30. Get something else in your basket to spend £30, because you will then get that free delivery. If you spend over £30, free delivery on everything that you're buying. 100-125 is your item number, and honestly, this compost will make that difference. It's all about the roots. The roots can thrive because it's not stodgy and thick. This compost is light and airy. The roots can really thrive and grow, and then all the right goodness is in there. So what you get with the regular compost is the plant's alive, but often you can take this out of the pot at the end of the season and it's still like this. It's still like it was in the original pot, and you're like, it hasn't actually grown any bigger underneath. But with our compost, honestly, the actual roots thrive, and thrive like you will not believe, giving you bigger plants, healthier plants, more disease tolerant, bigger flowers, better results, better hanging baskets, better pots. Mix into your garden. If you've got any sort of nasty clay areas where nothing grows, mix this into garden. Done that at Mum, she had an area nothing would grow, and now it's thriving because we've mixed this soil alongside the soil that was there. And at this time of year, I really do think it's a good time to put over a layer of this over the top of your sort of beds and borders. It's, you know, it's given your plants goodness throughout the whole of the year. Refresh it going into the winter months. Check out the 5-star reviews because they are amazing. 100-125 your item number, and remember, if you spend over £30, you will get free delivery, so well worth buying something else. And I can't recommend these enough. When I was out yesterday in the garden, that's all I could hear, and it's so calming. They call it sacred bamboo. I've got one of these. Well, actually, we've got 2 of these at home, and they are stunning, and Bex will tell you about how they change colour as well. You can buy one for £14.99 today, which one is fabulous, but having 2 makes such a difference. And rather than having another one for £14.99, it's only actually £4.99, and you've got another, I know, £15 worth of plant.
Exactly.
I mean, that is a deal, isn't it? But you do need the code. YGTV40 actually unlocks the code so you can double up. So grab that, and when you're doubling up, put that extra one into your basket and you'll just get it discounted, which is brilliant. These are so pretty.
I love these. I don't have one yet. I've talked to you about them for a long time because we bring these to you every single year because they're very, very popular. I am considering doing it though, and here's why. Because I'm thinking about going for that double up deal. I love the symmetry, so it's going to be difficult for me to part with one of these. But what I'm thinking is, my friend who's really got into gardening over the last few years, she finds it very calming. It very much helps her just, you know, switch quiet off all the craziness in her head. But she's really got into gardening, and I think this would make an absolutely amazing present. Lovely. I think it's because it'll last for such a long time. It's a perennial. You'll get years, probably decades worth of joy out of this.
And it always looks good, which is another reason I love it. In
it's
a pot,
it's always look beautiful.
Always.
And what I'm going to end up buying for her is an amazing present that's quite inexpensive, because if I go for that double up deal, it's £10 for the plant, and then all I need to do is a bit of compost, a pot. I've already got that at home, and I've got her an amazing Christmas present that she will enjoy for years. And yes, it is evergreen, or shall I say ever foliage that constantly changes colours.
Sometimes ever red.
Sometimes ever red, sometimes ever orange,
All
sometimes
depends
ever
how cold
burgundy.
it is, doesn't it? It's the weather that makes it change colour.
So it's luscious and green during the summer months while it's nice and warm, and then it starts to change colour. You can start to see it on this one. It's starting to go those lovely orangey colours, and then what's going to happen is you're going to start getting these kinds of colours, the really deep reds and burgundies. Stunning. It's really dramatic, this one, and I love how it changes the colours with the temperatures.
And it really does work. We've got one in a colder spot, sort of it is always draftier there, and it's really gone quite red now. And then we've got one in a sort of a warmer sort of spot, and that's still green at the minute, but I know it will change.
It'll get there, yeah, absolutely. And as the plant matures, you will get berries and flowers on there as well. So white flowers in spring, they're lovely star-shaped, and then you get red berries going on here as well as the plant gets older and matures. Now, when I said winter hardy and it changes temperature it changes colour with the temperature, I do mean really, really hardy. -23 to +43. That's the kind of temperature range that this plant can deal with.
So this is happy everywhere.
What our lovely Peter, the head gardener, would say is tough as old boots.
I love it. You can see the white snow on the ground, can't you? And those really red leaves just looking absolutely fabulous. And these are happy in beds and borders and pots?
Beds and borders and pots. Lovely pot plant because it's nice and compact. We're only talking 50 by 50 centimetres-ish.
Ours was really nicely sort of bushed out. And they just look, as I say, interesting all year round.
And it's that sound, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It was lovely yesterday. All the time we were in the garden, you could just hear it blowing in the wind. Quite calming.
Nice noise, isn't it?
Yeah.
I like it. I really like that one. I'm tempted. I hope you are as well.
Well, grab the double up deal, because for just another $4.99 you will get another plant worth $14.99, which is crazy. So you either think about it, you're buying one for $14.99, you're getting another one for under £5, or you're getting each of them for just $9.99. A double up, do use the code. You need the code to unlock the deals. That's YGTV40 510-823 is your item number. Don't forget as well to join the actual the club to get your discount. It's only £5. It's one click when you check out. £5 to join, but you'll get 10% off all of your order. And you get 5% off if you're buying things like lawnmowers and things like that. And don't forget as well, you've got your free bulbs too with any order that you're ordering. And if you spend over £30, you've got free delivery. Now, if you do want some bulbs, perhaps you're trying to get over that £30, this would be a nice little option to put in your basket. We have got some absolute beauties here.
This one's amazing.
There's 300 bulbs. It's $9.99 for the deal. And it works out of 4p a bulb.
But then if you add in your code and you're getting the other 60 bulbs included, it brings it down even less, isn't it? 3p per bulb.
Crazy. And bulbs are so exciting. It's so exciting to plant bulbs, because when you see that little bit of green come through in spring.
Also, because I never know what I planted where.
No, I'm the same.
I don't know.
What is that?
What did I put there?
And what have we got here?
Okay, we've got loads here. So there's 7 different varieties included in here. And what we're talking about with your spring flowering bulb collection is actually... It'll start in spring and then it will keep going all the way through to June. So it starts going into the summer months as well here. Now then, let's start off. We've got the crocus to begin with. Here they are. So crocus, that's your earliest flowering one. You're getting 15 of those and they're going to flower for you February, March time, reaching about 20 centimetres in height. Then we've got the Iphion. They're going to be the next ones to flower for you. 80 of those. March, April, May time is when you're going to get these.
They're lovely as well.
Lovely star-shaped, bluey, purpley colour, scented as well, reaching about 25 centimetres in height. Then we've got our little daffs. We've got a lovely little Marie Curie collection here. So March, April time, about 20 centimetres in height. So those are the smaller ones, the petite little ones.
Lovely.
Then we've got Tulip Triumph, mixed bulbs going on here, mixed colours. Absolute classic shaped tulip. It's the Triumph mix as well. So remember, Triumph is it's the combination of the early and late flowering. It's
lovely.
It's been bred together, so that's absolutely brilliant. You get that lovely mixed colour going on there. So standard,
nice tulips.
Beautiful classic tulip, reaching about 40-50 centimetres in height. Then we've got Muscari. Love Muscari, a great hyacinth. We're getting 30 of those. April, May time, they're going to flower for you, and they're nice and petite again, only reaching about 15, maybe 20 centimetres in height.
I love those.
But so reliable,
they're like
so
little characters.
Hardy. I love them.
I love them.
They just come back for you every single year and they multiply and you get more and more of them. My nan, she had the most beautiful, she loved her garden and she had a lovely big garden. I mean, it was massive, led down to a river.
Oh, wow,
loved
fabulous.
being there. If only we could afford to live in houses like that now. But yeah, she had a carpet of Muscari every single year.
That's how I imagine it, sort of under the trees and all along the beds and borders.
And it doesn't mind a bit of shade either as well.
I just imagine it there.
Yeah.
Stunning.
And then alliums. So we've got 2 varieties. We've got the allium molly, which is the lovely yellow ones. We're getting 80 of those. May, June time, they're going to flower for you, reaching about 50 centimetres in height. And then you're getting the Neapolitanum allium, those white globe-shaped ones. excuse me, 50 of those, reaching about 40 centimetres in height. So remember,
amazing.
Massive collection. February all the way through to June, lovely successional flowering going on. All the bags are labelled, as I've shown you, so you know what you're planting, where you're planting them. But what I really like the idea of is mix them all up together, put them all into an area, and you'll just constantly have flowers.
Like
February
big,
through to
amazing
June.
surprise.
Amazing.
Do you know, a really beautiful gift that was given to me as a thank you was a pot that was planted up with bulbs in. Had no idea what was going to grow, no idea.
Like
but then they started, the little green shoots coming through, and it was the best present ever.
Oh, you could probably do some kind of lasagna planting with this particular collection.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you've seen it. There's a post on the YouGarden website, and they're talking about lasagna planting, and you plant some at the bottom and some above and some above and some above. And then that means that you get this lovely successional thing going on in that pot. So check it out and see. You could probably do that with this collection.
Works out at 4p per bulb. I can't believe you're getting 300 of these for £9.99. Great deal, great offer. You can split them if you want to, perhaps with your mum or with the in-laws, or you split them up. But I honestly get them planted in your garden. A spring garden looks amazing. Now we're going to have a little look back at what we've already seen, some of your favourites so far. So please do not get your pens and papers out. Do not miss out on any of these. First of all, where shall we begin? We'll take a little look at this. Lollipotanum, this is our lovely witch hazel. I had a lovely email about that. Real beautiful, beautiful plant. And you have got two for £24.98. So it's well worth doubling up. Really interesting. Love the unusual flowers with that. And those gorgeous green leaves as well. So 510306 is your item number. But that double up deal, remember to use the code YGTV40, unlocks all of those codes. What else shall we look at today? Well, we've got so many amazing plants for you. The Caribbean lily. Isn't that unusual? I love the way it flowers. The colour is incredible, isn't it? So that would be fantastic in a pot on its own, or in the beds and borders. It's that you will see straight away. You're getting a pack of 3 bulbs, but you can double up. Now, the price is wrong for 3. It is £9.99 for 3, but if you want to double up, it's £14.98, and you will get 6 bulbs. But you do need to use that code always, YGTV40. That unlocks all of the deals. Gets you a free gift, which is 60 bulbs. And don't forget, if you spend over £30, you will get free delivery as well. So 630045 is your item number. But moving on, and we've got so many great plants for you. This, though, is one of my favourites. It's like butterflies, isn't it, flying? The actual flowers seem so much higher than the leaves as such, and you can imagine them just blowing in the wind, looking fantastic. You are getting a half price deal, well, better than half price, saving £15, 3 really great plants delivered to your door for £14.98. They have been cut back, but they will flower and blossom just as you're seeing on the screen. £15 saving, and it works out less than £5 per plant. So 560898 is your item number. Now, Winter's Gem, and this was the one we had a really lovely email about. This is a beautiful plant, really well established. It's got beautiful glossy leaves, but look at those flowers. It's the flowers that are absolutely stunning. They've got this most amazing fragrance to them. So you have got a really interesting plant all year round, but when they flower, and they flower through the winter months, we're talking sort of December, which is fantastic. You're saving £10. It's in a 4.6 litre pot. So when we say established, it's hugely established, and £19.99 is your price. 510579. Don't forget, if you spend over £30, you do have free delivery. Make sure you use the code. That unlocks all of our deals, and we'll get you those 3 bulbs as well. Now, as soon as I saw Patty's Plum, I fell in love with these. I know they've had them as bare roots in the past. We've actually got these as plants. You're getting 3 plants, and they are 9 centimetre pots. You're saving £17. And they are stunning. £12.97 is your price. They've got this sort of silky, vintagey, antique-y, it's like a dress material, isn't it? You can virtually see a bee coming and landing in these big, beautiful, bold flowers. And poppies are so stunning, so easy to grow as well. So do grab those. They've even got really interesting leaves as well before having the actual flowers. 560644 is your item number. Do not miss out on those. Now, we've got some half-price garden ready plants. Here's one of them. This is so unusual, such unusual flowers. You've got a real amazing mix. It's Mrs. Scott Elliott, and they're a real beautiful mix of colours. $7.50 for 10 garden ready plants. I can't quite get over that price. And they're the plant that no one else probably will have in their garden that you perhaps haven't seen before. Now we have got more garden ready, and we are going to look at more garden ready in the next few minutes, and they're all half price deals as well, or buy one get one frees, some of them as well. 410117 is your item number. Now the Verbena is just stunning. It has this really nice height to it, but this is a slightly shorter one than the really tall one, so more compact. If you want this is the lollipop. So if you want this in a sort of a smaller garden, in beds and borders or in pots. The lovely thing is you can virtually see through them, so it never spoils the plants that are behind. It's the prettiest flower. In the Isle of Wight, virtually every garden has these, and they look amazing. $14.99 for 6 jumbo, super big plug plants to get planted out right now. 480557 is your item number, and again attracts the butterflies and bees. Don't forget to use your code for all the savings and to get your free bulbs. You have got 60 bulbs that are free of charge if you put in that code. Now this is an absolute miracle attraction. It really is the prettiest of flowers, the most unusual flowers, but also has these little berries and really pretty sort of leaves surrounding them. You've got this at $11.99. It's a 2-litre pot. So 510890 is your item number, and that is an absolute beauty. So do not miss out on that. And then my favourite is our firepower, the Nandina. This is the prettiest of plants. For me, because I have lots of pots, haven't got a lot of beds and borders, most of mine is patio and decking. It looks interesting all year round. You've always got these fabulous leaves which change to a red as the weather gets colder, so it changes colour. It will grow berries when it gets more mature, and it will flower as well when it gets more mature. It is interesting all the time. I've got 2 of these, one in a colder spot where it's really turning red, and one in a sort of a warmer area where it's still green. It's just so interesting to watch, but actually it's them blowing in the wind that's the best. They've got this, it's sacred bamboo, they've got this really gorgeous calming sort of sound to them. You can get one for $14.99, but if you use the code YGTV40, you can double up, put 2 into your basket, and for another $4.99 you have got another plant worth £15. And whether you use that as a gift, whether you keep them both for yourself and have one on either side of the door, it's entirely up to you, but it's well worth adding that extra one in just for under £5. So 510823. Don't forget to join the club. It is only £5 to join for the year, and you'll get 10% off everything. And don't forget, if you spend over £30 you will get free delivery, and always use the code because it unlocks all the deals, and you will get those fabulous bulbs worth $9.99 free of charge. Now we've got some buy one get one frees, which we know you love, and something I know you love is Pansy Cool Waves. They will never let you down. They're known as the best trailing pansy, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a bold statement, and we love that bold statement because we genuinely believe in this. Have you grown these?
Yes, always.
Always grow these.
Absolutely love them.
These are a firm favourite every year at this time of year, because what these are going to give you is some of the best winter colour for such a long time. They're flowering now. They're going to keep flowering for you all the way through the winter months. September, October, January, February, March, April, May. These are going to be flowering for you. They have the most beautiful scent to them as well. I really love the smell that you get from a pansy. And they're winter hardy. They're hardy down to -25, which I just think is absolutely incredible, that a flower that looks like this can actually withstand some of those really, really cold, frosty temperatures. The colour mix is beautiful as well. The yellows, the purples, the creams, the lilacs. I think they seem to work together so beautifully. And you get a gorgeous trail from these as well, don't you?
You do. It's like their little happy faces, aren't they?
I love those
smiling at you when you come home.
So cute.
And whether they're in pots and they're trend down the side of pots, whether you put them into hanging baskets. We have got some hanging baskets coming up actually, but they are absolutely one of the happiest plants. We had some beautiful neighbours, Molly and Terry. Terry was why I bought the house. I met him when I went to view the house, and he was the loveliest little man.
Oh, really?
And I was like, I have to live next door to him and his wife. They were beautiful. Oh. They loved pansies and always had pansies pansies in the garden.
Right.
And when we'd lost Terry and Molly was poorly in hospital, I went into her front garden and planted loads of pansies up and did her a little thing on the doorstep for when she came out of hospital. I just think the happiest plant to have at home.
Yeah.
So lovely.
I adore them, honestly, and you're getting a buy one, get one free, or buy 10, get 10 free, and they're garden ready. I just took one out to show you. Wonderful root structure on here. They're ready for you to plant out. You don't have to pot these on or grow them on. I'm doing it. It's easy to do. I got some little pro plugs and I potted them on.
It's quite fun, actually, isn't it?
I've enjoyed it. And they're in my conservatory. I'm probably next week I'm going to plant them out, because within I think it was about 3 weeks ago I planted them. They've reached this size, basically.
It's amazing how quickly they grow.
So quickly, but these are garden ready. So you don't have to do that. We've done that first bit. You can plant these out. Brilliant. You can put them into your pots. You can put them into your borders. You can put them into borders, even though they're a trailer. They'll give you ground cover. So it's fantastic. Pots, they'll just tumble over the edges. But if you want to get that lovely kind of ball of colour from your hanging baskets, you can absolutely do that with this, and it will create that beautiful look for you. They are just one of the best plants to have in your garden.
They're known
at this
as
time
one
of
the best, aren't they? Now, price-wise, $14.99 is your price. It's a buy one, get one free. So if you pop one into your basket and use the code YGTV40, we will automatically give you another lot, which is crazy, absolutely crazy. Now, Bex has got some fabulous pots. And they are going to work ideally, aren't they, with this collection?
Yeah, this is exactly why I've dug these out. So you're going to get 10 of these, okay? So I'll just show you one. Look at them first of all. Look how pretty they are. They've got a gorgeous pattern on there, kind of a brushed steel effect on here. They look very expensive, but they are not. They're £1.49 each. They are made of plastic, okay? But these are made of frost-resistant, UV-stabilised plastic. They've got the drainage holes in the bottom there as well. So these are designed to last you for many, many years. UV stabilised, frost resistant, means they're not going to crack with the weather.
Brilliant.
If you happen to knock one over or it gets blown over or you drop it, it's not going to crack and break. Honestly designed to last you for a long time. The reason I got one of those out though is because if you are buying your Pansy Cool Wave, why not go for a pack of these?
Yeah.
You can use 10 of your Pansy Cool Wave plants. You'll only need one in there, because these are going to spread by about,
which is amazing,
40 by 40 centimetres, and they'll fill out so quickly. So they will fill that pot and they'll gently trail over the edge.
And that could go down steps, that could go around a balcony even. Perhaps you've got a balcony and you haven't got any outdoor proper space. You could have those 10 pots looking amazing with those.
They would look beautiful. You can put them around the bottom of other pots. You know, when you've got taller pots, put them around the bottom. They'll look absolutely stunning. So you get a pack of 10 of those. You'll use 10 of your garden ready Pansy Cool Waves, and then you've got another 10 that you can do what you like with. Or why not? Let's be maverick. Go for 2 sets of this. Get 20 of these pots. You'll get 20 of your Pansy Cool Waves and put them all in here. The display that will create will be absolutely amazing. 10 of those, I think that is, it's a top tip. That definitely go for that.
Money, they are incredible.
So I've got a lavender border out the front. Goes down one side of my drive. But obviously this time of year, lavender doesn't look great, does it? Because it's all been trimmed back. It's lost all its foliage. What I could do is get those
and pop them alongside
and line them up alongside there, and it'll hide that, and you'll be drawn to this rather than the twiggy looking lavender.
Honestly,
that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
That great idea, and those pots are such good value for money. If you want to multi-order them, do. Perhaps you've got a lot of pots that are mishmasher pots and it just doesn't look nice anymore and you want them matching, or perhaps lots of yours really suffered over the winter last year and you haven't replaced them yet. Replace them before they completely go this winter, because these will weather whatever the weather, whether it's heat or whether it's cold, they'll always look great, those pots. And get them alongside those Pansy Cool Waves. Don't forget to double up on your Pansy Cool Waves as well. Now, this is our Rebecca, and this is a half price deal. So this is another half price deal, and the next 4 actually are half price deals. These I absolutely love. I just look at them and think they're a landing pad for a bumblebee, because I mean I love the way they flower. It's like an umbrella. It's fabulous.
It is. It's really pretty, isn't it? They're kind of daisy-like shape to them. But these, what's interesting about Rebecca is this is your late flowering plant. So if you're looking at trying to extend your flowering season and you've got lots lots of summer flowers in your garden, this is going to give you that late colour. These are looking amazing right now. When you go out on your walks, I go out on my dog walk on a regular basis, and I'm always spying in people's gardens. I always have a little look. And the Rudbeckia is the one that is there. It's bright, it's bold, it's colourful right now. It flowers for you. It starts around June time. June, July time, so you've got it in the summer, but it carries on for you. It goes into the autumn. So September, October, Rudbeckia is looking amazing. And I think it looks great when it's planted en masse, as that picture just showed you there. So you get loads of them all in one go. I planted out one little garden ready. There it is.
Oh, bless it.
Now this is a slightly different variety. This is the little gold star, but you know, they're very, very similar. So it was one garden ready plant that I planted out earlier on this year, probably about May time. It was about May,
that's a lot of flowers.
There's about 10 flowers on that one little garden ready plant. So if you imagine you're getting 10 of these in your half price deal, or 10 of the Goldstrom variety, you can have 100 flowers, and that's in its first year. These multiply and get bigger and better every single year for you as well, because they're a perennial. And they are winter hardy.
Big plants, aren't they?
Yeah.
So have a look. These plants, you're getting 10 garden ready for $7.50.
Oh no, these are the really garden ready ones.
Oh wow. Oh my word, look at the roots.
I mean, that needs to get planted out now, doesn't it?
That's what our compost does.
Yeah.
Creates these fabulous roots.
You're going to want to massage these out a little bit, you know, what I tend to do is I give them a little squeeze, and as you do that, you can see how the roots start to release, because obviously these are starting to go round because they're so ready to be planted out. But by doing that, you're just encouraging the roots to, you know, go in the right direction once you plant it into the ground. These are totally ready to get out there, and they will give you such amazing displays. Please don't think that gardening is over. You might just be watching for a bit of fun, but your gardening isn't over. Now's the time to plant your hardy perennials. Honestly, September,
the soil's
October,
just right now, isn't it?
Perfect conditions right now. I mean, we're having, you know, it's kind of warm at the minute, isn't it? I'm going to wait a little bit longer to plant my tulip bulbs, another week or so, see what the weather's like. But everything else, you can get that into the ground right now because the weather is great. It means they've got a chance to establish. You know, you're not going to have so much shock for them transplanting them into the ground.
Yeah, when it's
they've got
cold.
time to get that establishment before it starts to get really, you know, cold and horrible.
They're absolutely beautiful. They are a must-have, and can't believe they are $7.50. But you're not going to believe any of these deals.
No, they're
I don't
all
think.
half price, aren't they?
Sea of Blossom is absolutely beautiful. Put this into my mum's front garden, little area where nothing really happened a great deal. It was always a little bit weedy, and I thought, this will perhaps sort of suppress those weeds because we'll have a bit of ground cover, and they look absolutely beautiful. And though, look at the actual roots on that as well. And though you're looking at the picture thinking, some are white and some are like purpley, these ones are just white, they actually change colour, don't they?
They do change colour, absolutely. So they come out white, and then as they sort of mature, they get a lovely little blush colour on them, and then you get those dark kind of pinky colours. I'm just going to see if we've got any. There's a little blush pink there.
Is there one coming?
Just starting to turn into a blush pink, that one between my fingers.
And it's lovely when it mixes, like you see there. Some are still white, some are changing, some have changed.
That's exactly what happens. So you're not getting two different varieties here. It's one variety that has that colour changing. They are great for filling in the gaps. They're great for suppressing weeds, because wherever there's a gap, a weed will find a way. So it's really good to fill all those gaps if you can. I don't like calling it just a filler plant, though, because it's beautiful in its own right. You know, put this in a pot all on its own like that, and you will get a beautiful display, and it gives you you get 3 seasons of colour here, because this will start for you in about April time, and it'll keep going right the way through to sort of October and the first frosts. It just doesn't like the frosty weather. So once that happens, it'll kind of just go, I don't like this. But then it'll pop back up for you again next spring as well. And the Royal Horticultural Society have given it their Perfect for Pollinators badge. You can totally see that.
It's so important we have those plants in the garden, isn't it?
Really, really important. It's all about creating that biodiversity in our garden. If you've got lots of pollinators and bugs and all those things, it means you've got a really healthy garden. So we want to make sure we're inviting them in, so that we have the healthiest garden that we can possibly have. This one is just ridiculously hardy, does its thing, fills in the gaps, going to grow to about 50 by 50 centimetres. This one absolutely earns its place no matter what garden it is. Large garden, small garden, this is going to earn its place.
£7.50 half price deal, 10 garden ready plants, crazy deals these. 410120 is your item number. So please check your baskets out. Do not miss out on that. Now we are hugely busy. Great to have your company this morning. We're moving on to one of my absolute favourites.
Yes. Do it. You tell them all about this one.
This is the most amazing plant. The colour of the leaves is fantastic, but you wait till this grows and you get the tallest of bright red, sort of scarlet red sort of blooms. They are absolutely amazing. We've planted these into Mum's garden. They still look fantastic now, but they're the first thing you see. And I couldn't believe how quickly they grew and how fabulous they were colour-wise. So sort of late summer into autumn flowering. Ours are still flowering beautifully now. They stand tall as well. They attract the butterflies and the bees. And I just love everything about them. Honestly, as soon as you walk into your garden, this is what you will see, because they're amazing. I couldn't believe how tall they grew.
Yeah, they get to about 90 centimetres in height, which is absolutely fantastic if you're thinking about putting those into borders. You can put them into a pot quite happily as well, I think, because they become a really nice feature plant. They have that Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit. Now, that's an important one to tell you about, because that means that they have been trialled and tested and have reached the really strict criteria that the Royal Horticultural Society set in order for them to reach that. So it's just another one that gives you, confidence to be able to buy it and plant with confidence. Easy to grow, exactly.
And they are honestly so easy to grow. Ours have just absolutely thrived. I sort of split them up into a few different, but I can imagine actually planting them quite close together, them looking amazing.
Yeah, I would definitely plant maybe in threes or something if you're planting them, because you're going to want that display to happen. Although they will form clumps over the years as well.
We sort of put 3 together, but I can imagine just an area with all 10 in looking absolutely just... they're breathtaking. You walk into the garden and they are just amazing.
I think you could do that as well if you plant loads all in one place, because the foliage dies back a little bit, but it stays that colour.
Yeah.
And they flower July, August, September time. So you could give up a whole area to that and it not look horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
honestly, because the red leaves, as it is really interesting. The flowers are just incredible. If you want to go for these, £7.50 is your price, 410122 is your item number. Don't forget to use the code, because with the code you will get, of course, all your extra discounts unlocked. Join the club as well. It's just £5 and you'll get 10% off absolutely all the plants that you're ordering today as well. And if you spend over £30, you have got free delivery, which I would definitely do, because you'll save such a lot. Free delivery on gardening is brilliant. Now we're moving on to, are you ready for this? Have a little look at these. These are, I think, just a joy. Foxgloves are so stunning, and I think so easy to grow. Yet they are so impressive, and you can virtually see a little bumblebee in sort of each of those flowers, just his little bottom coming out the actual flower. They're lovely, aren't they?
I love them.
And what a mix!
Yeah, really nice colour mix that you're getting included in there. They're a woodland plant, so actually these prefer part shade. So and I love telling you that, because often we're saying give them full sun, they'll tolerate part shade. Actually, it's the other way around. Give them part shade, they'll tolerate the sun.
Right.
So they do like those kinds of areas. Try and recreate that. So for me, because I've got your classic garden as a parent, big patch of grass for the kids to play football on, and then the borders around the edge. So these are absolutely brilliant for me to put into the back of the borders by the fence, where it doesn't get a huge amount of sunshine because the fence kind of blocks it. They're going to add height. They're going to add structure. They're going to bring the bees in. Now, this one is a short-lived perennial. It's kind of a biennial, in fact.
Okay.
So this one is vitally important for you to buy now and get into the ground now rather than in spring.
Right.
Because what happens with the biennial is it'll flower the next season. But if you don't plant it until spring, the chances are it'll be the next year that you really get the proper display, and then it's going to die because it's a biennial. It's a short-lived perennial. So get it now and you'll get a couple of flowering seasons out of it.
Fabulous.
Don't worry that it's short-lived though. This self-seed, the seeds you get off this is...
Oh, wow.
You get loads of seeds off your foxgloves. I tend to shake them once they dry out. Shake them and you see loads of them coming out. Or you can collect them and then you can, sow your seeds if you're into that.
How fabulous is that? And they just are stunning, aren't they? It gives you that cottage garden sort of look. So if you do want to go for those, again, $7.50 is your price. Half price deal, 410119 is your item number. All 4 of those were half price deals. There is another half price deal as well, which we looked at earlier on. So take a little look at this. This is so pretty. And again, $7.50 for 10 plants. Mrs. Scott Elliott, and it's a beautiful mix of fantastic colours and such unusual flowers, prettiest of leaves as well. So if you do want to go for that, that's the different plant that people won't have in their garden, but you'll have in yours. 410117 is your item number. Do not miss out. They don't, and you imagine them, they look quite exotic, don't they? So you imagine those actually only being in a tropical sort of garden, whereas no, they're quite happy here in the UK. They look amazing. As do our hanging baskets, which are pre-planted in the wicker baskets with the chains all ready for you just to hang up. This is the best present ever. If you're thinking of buying someone a bouquet of flowers, don't. Send them these. 2 of them for $29.99. And I was looking in the garden centre just recently, and hanging baskets can be so expensive.
Well, yeah, the pre-planted ones, I think, I was looking and they were sort of £25 just for one. Depending on which garden centre you shop in, obviously, prices do vary. But yeah, I think it'd be fair to say £25 for a pre-planted hanging basket, but you are actually getting 2 of these included here. Wonderful idea to give these as a gift. Even if they don't have the brackets on the wall to be able to hang these, you can quite happily leave them on the ground as pots on the ground as well. These, was it Sean, your lovely other half, was saying earlier on in the week, he was like, these are the worst they're going to look.
Yeah,
and I like
absolutely.
That because they're just going to keep getting
they
better.
look amazing, but they're just going to fill out and they're going to trail. Because it is, of course, your Pansy Cool Waves, which are known, we looked at these earlier on, they're known for being the best trailing pansy, aren't they?
They are, absolutely. And they're the best because they trail sort of prolifically, can I say that? They don't have any problems with trailing. 40 by 40 centimetres is the kind of height and spread that you will get from these, or drop and spread that you get from these because of the trail. But they're hardy down to -25, which is just incredible that these flowers can cope with that. And they're going to keep going right the way through to May time next year. They just don't know when to stop. They're just going to keep flowering for you, keep getting better, keep just giving you that lovely colour and happy smiley faces, which they do have little happy smiley faces, don't they?
They just make you smile. They are the prettiest of flowers, and so nice to have the mix. Sometimes you'll go and buy these and they're the sort of same colour in perhaps a few garden ready, and you think, oh, I want the other colour as well. I want the other colour as well. You've got the mix in here already. That's beautiful. That's like a butterfly.
I think it's got a lovely little face on it. It looks like
it does look like a smiley face, actually.
It looks like a pumpkin to me.
It does.
I
was going to say, it looks a bit Halloweeny.
It looks Halloweeny, doesn't it?
You are getting both of these baskets. $29.98 is your price, and they are. I mean, they're huge.
Go for it.
They're absolutely massive. So these are going to be delivered to your door, ready for you to put out straight away. Most of us have got brackets, but if you haven't, like you say, you can just put them down on the ground. But I think if you're thinking of buying a present for somebody, rather than buy flowers that are going to be dead in a week, buy them, these.
Well, you'd spend that much, wouldn't you, on a bouquet of flowers?
Easily. And this will just keep giving throughout the whole of the winter, flower after flower after flower after flower. And like we're saying, this is the worst they will ever look. They'll just get better and better, more flowers. To a degree, sometimes you can't even see the greenery. There you go, because they flower so much. And they're known for this. They really are, to me, award-winning. Do grab these, $29.98, which I think is a brilliant price. And don't forget, spend over £30, free delivery.
Yes, you only need one more thing in your basket.
You've only just got
go for one of the half prices.
Just go over,
Get a half price, get a pot, get a pack of bulbs, something like that.
Well, we've got loads of half price bedding deals, $7.50.
Yeah.
Pop those in, and you're over £30, you'll get free delivery. So it'll virtually give you the money back. And don't forget as well to join the club, because you will, for £5, get 10% off everything. And that's yearly. That's a membership that you'll join for £5 now. It's all year long. You'll get 10% off. Or if you're buying lawnmower, it's 5%. Then it will renew in the following year. But if you don't want it to renew, you just then cancel it. Honestly, all you need to do, when you go to checkout, and I love this because you see all your extra deals, how we put the free gifts in, remember to use the code. Just remember to click that and it'll tell you how much more you'll save by adding that into your basket. So that's it, it's done. So instantly you remember, and instantly on this one we've saved £5.60, which is brilliant. So it's already paid for itself because you only spent £5 to become a member. And don't forget to use the code. If you use the code YGTV40, that will give you all the discounts, all the buy one get one frees, buy one get two frees, all the special deals that we've got. You do need to pop that code in, do not miss out on that. Now this next one is one of my favourites. Yeah. I absolutely love it. I can't believe the size of this.
It's huge, isn't it?
Absolutely huge. We've had ours probably 2 years now, and it's a little bit smaller than this, so you've got such a well-established plant here. Really interesting as it is. However, wait till it flowers.
Oh my word, the flowers on this are incredible.
Word.
They are firework displays of flowers. They really are show-stopping flowers, aren't they? They're very much, look at me, look at me.
I think you're thinking a stately home garden. You just think, you know, I must be a stately home gardener to have a plant like that. We went, again, this was the Isle of Wight. We went to one of the Warners there, and they had them all against a wall, and it looked just amazing. We've just got it in a pot, and it's fantastic. But what we must remember is they like their roots hugged, don't they?
That's exactly it. So it's a perfect pot plant, in actual fact, because it does want to feel constricted. It does want to have its roots, you know, restricted and be hugged. So if you want to put it in a pot, great. Don't be tempted to go for too big a pot, because obviously then it won't feel like it's being constricted. And then it will flower for you. It will flower for you amazingly. I planted an agapanthus, but I think it's a baby, and they take a while to flower when they're babies. They might take a few years. But also I just chucked it into the border a few years ago. I didn't know that they needed their roots constricted. It still hasn't flowered to this day, so I need to dig it up and put it in a pot. But I'm leaving it. It'll work it out. It'll work it out at some point.
Yeah, if you wanted to, you could plant it in the pot if you want to plant it in the border, or put stones around and just plant it so it feels like it's being hugged. I love a plant that likes to be hugged.
I know, it's cute, isn't it? But look how luscious this is as well.
Stunning.
The green.
So it looks good virtually all year round, doesn't it?
Yeah, you get these lovely strappy green leaves going on here, but then what it's going to do is it's going to shoot up these, and they're going to get so tall. I don't think these pictures do it justice, to be honest with you. I just don't think it...
They're taller than that. I think it's the angle they've shot it at.
So beautiful, this. Really tall, straight, sturdy stems that hold these beautiful firework displays of flowers up at the top. I like the way they open as well, because you can see on there, you can see there's some buds that are still closed, some that are opening, and it's really interesting the way that happens. These are excellent as well to leave on the plant as they turn into the seed heads. There is no benefit to deadheading agapanthus. It doesn't actually encourage any more growth to come through. So it's actually really interesting to leave the seed heads on there, because that just adds that extra bit of interest with the plant. You can then obviously collect those seed heads and plant them out if you want to. Just bear in mind, you're unlikely to get flowers from a brand new plant for the first year or two.
And the price, you've got a half price deal here. You're saving as much as you're spending, which is fantastic. And that is so well established.
Yeah, this is not a brand new plant, just to point that out. You will get flowers off this next year.
Just make sure you restrict those roots, make sure it feels like it's being hugged, and you will get those fabulous, amazing, interesting flowers. 1750 680 130 is your item number. Do not miss out on that. I can't believe the size.
No, my mum wants this. She did message me just last week saying, I want a blue agapanthus.
And again, if you're buying perhaps your mum a bunch of flowers, don't buy her the plant. Sorry, darling. And you've got a gift that just keeps on giving year after year. Don't forget, if you spend over £30, you have got free delivery, so it's well worth spending over that £30. But also put that code in for all the discounts, and you'll get £9.99 worth of bulbs free of charge as well. And join the club for £5. You'll get 10% off absolutely everything. Just tick the box when you're checking out your basket, and it'll automatically put you into the club. Something you've got to get. If you've never tried this compost, this is probably over the years, because we've been selling YouGarden products for years and years, one of the best-selling items I've ever sold.
Yes.
And one of the most 5-star rated products I've ever done. For a compost, I've never seen so many pages of 5-star
I mean,
reviews.
this is saying something, because Hayley, you've been in the business for quite a while now,
Quite a while, yeah. Yes, since 98, quite a while.
Quite a while.
Just a few years. So yeah, it's amazing. And the reason it's so popular is actually what you've got is a professional compost. It's what the nursery here, where we're right in the middle of the nursery, we're in the potting shed at YouGardens, which is fabulous. This is the compost they use. And they bag it up for us. It's plain bags. You won't see this in a garden centre. And you won't have used anything like it. It's light, it's airy. A lot of compost irritates my hands. It's stodgy, it's thick. You wonder how long it's been there. With this, always freshly bagged, light, airy, and key ingredients to make sure that this compost is giving our plants our five a day, really, the goodness they need.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got excellent scientifically backed ingredients in here that's going to be the same every time you buy it. Honestly, you know, there's consistency with this product. We've got 3 different excuse me, we've got 3 different types of peat in here, black and white peat, been reduced over the years because there is the environmental issue with that, so it has been reduced, but it's been replaced with things like composted wood fibre that's going to help with water retention, even water distribution. That also gives it this lovely light airy texture, allowing roots to get in there to breathe. It's important that they breathe to grow, and then they'll form a really strong root base. We've got lime in here to balance out the pH. We've got a slow release fertilizer in here, a wetting agent. Just found one of the green balls. That's your slow release fertilizer that's in there, going to feed your plants. This is genuinely a premium professional compost. It's the compost that's used here at the nursery. I will find you some plants in a little while. In fact, I'm going to do it right now.
And that's what happens. Regular compost can be stodgy, thick and heavy. So though the plant's alive, sometimes you can take it out of the pot at the end of the season and think, well, actually, that was the shape it was when I put it in. The roots haven't gone any further. It hasn't grown any bigger underneath. With our compost, if you want to, you can replant, repot, and get the plant as big and as amazing as you ever want it. Bigger plants, healthier roots, bigger plants, healthier plants, more disease tolerant, bigger fruit, better results. You'll feel like all of a sudden you've got green fingers, because your hanging baskets look amazing, your pots look amazing.
Absolutely. I've just pulled the agapanthus up to show you. This is premium professional compost that the agapanthus has been planted in. It is the compost that the nursery uses. That's just one of them. I'm looking around. The hydrangea is planted in it. Honestly, this is the compost that they use at the nursery.
And they have to get good results.
They have to.
So it has to be a compost that gives the plant what it needs.
Yep. That's it.
It's amazing. It's bagged in 2 50-litre bags rather than just one big 100-litre.
Yeah, and that comes in a box as well. So if you are multi-ordering, it's much easier for you to stack up as well.
Yeah, which is great. Delivered to your door. You haven't got to struggle it in the boot of a car. So it always arrives because it's boxed up all perfectly. And don't forget, mix it into your soil in the garden, because if you have got any areas where nothing seems to grow because the soil's not good, perhaps clayey areas, mix this into the soil. Actually put it onto the top of your sort of beds and borders now, and put this around your pots just to give your soil a new lease of life sort of thing going into the winter, because it's worked so hard for you all summer long. But you will feel it's the best your hanging baskets have ever been. It's the best your pots have ever been. And even use it for your house plants as well. 100 125. Check out the 5-star reviews. One of the most 5-star rated products we do. Out of everything I've sold over all the years I've been in this business, it's one of the most popular products I've ever sold. A compost, how great, but it makes such a difference. So grab that while the stock is there. Don't forget to if you spend over £30, you will get free delivery, and don't forget to use the code, because you will get £9.99's worth of bulbs, our free gift bulbs, 60 of those. And join the club as well. It's only £5 and you get 10% off. You can do that as you're checking out. Now we've got some, I love this. Yeah. This is one of my true favourites. Purple Paradise. This has been one of the best-selling bulb collections ever. And that's why. Yeah. Look at the colours and the edge into some of them. They're just stunning.
It is one of the most popular collections. Always has been for many, many years now. One of the most popular collections. And it's that range of those purples, isn't it? I'm definitely a big fan of purple. It's a...
Yes, you've got areas in your garden.
It's a gorgeous colour. I think it's kind of... I don't know, it's classy. I think that's what it is. It's really classy.
It's quite calming as well.
Calming, yeah, for sure. And this is what you're talking about, the fimbriata edges to some of the tulip mix that you've got here. You've got the lovely deep royal purple colours, the more lilac-y colours, slightly pink tinging, and that added interest with the fimbriata on the edges. Classic tulip, nice, strong, sturdy, 50 centimetres in height. Just an iconic spring bulb. I always say this about tulips, but I think they fill us with hope. Because by the time you start seeing those green shoots coming up out of the ground, we're so sick of winter, aren't we? We're so sick of the cold and the dark days, and we're just ready. Right now we're looking forward to it because it's, you know, it's all a bit novelty and new, and we're looking forward to getting cozied up and hot chocolates and watching a film.
And then it just stays too long,
and then you're just like, oh. So by April, when these start coming out, you're like, yeah, summer's coming.
It's a great time.
That's what I feel about tulips.
And a spring garden. My mum's front garden is a completely spring garden, and it's an absolute joy. And it's like when you just see that little green shoot, and then they blossom into these fantastic poppies or, you know, tulips or whatever you've planted. And we've got all and everything you could want on this show. But if you do want tulips, those purple tulips, I know over the years these have sold out time and time again. They're $9.99 for one, but you can double up. So there's 25 bulbs. Why not for another $4.99 get double up, and then you'll actually get some perhaps to give to your mum, to your dad, to your in-laws, to friends. It's only $4.99 more to get another £10 worth of bulbs, and you can never have too many tulips, especially when they're that beautiful.
I've got about 300 ready to plant now.
600 245 is your item number, and they are easy if you get one of those tools.
Yeah, no, brilliant.
That makes it so simple and quite a joy to plant. You feel like you're on a little sort of doing an industry, little line, and getting them all planted. So grab those, and just the right time to put those into the soil as well. So 600 245. Now get your pens and papers if you have just joined us. It's great to have your company. We've got lots of regulars, but hello to all the new viewers as well. Let's show you some of our favourites so far. Sea of Blossom. Well, all of these are so popular because they are half price deals. Sea of Blossom are these beautiful daisies that change colour. So they're not two different kinds. They will be white, and then they'll change to sort of a pink and go into more of a purple. They really do spread as well, so they're great for suppressing weeds and things like that. So nice in sort of a rockery or in a garden area where you know there's always weeds but nothing else really seems to grow. They're going to be ideal. $7.50 is your price. 410 120 is your item number. Absolutely love them, grown them. They are stunning. Now the same deal, half price deal, $7.50 for 10 garden ready plants, and they are so ready. The roots are incredible. These to me are just an invite to the bees and the butterflies. You can virtually see them landing on top of that landing pad, and they open like they're little umbrellas, and the colour is so nice because you sort of have that nice yellow and daffodils through the spring, but you really do then miss that colour through the rest of the year. These are going to be absolutely delightful. 410 124 is your item number. Now the foxglove, same deal, half price. 10 garden ready plants, $7.50, crazy value for money. Real beautiful mix as well. These need to be planted up right now, so they're going to give you great joy next year, giving you those beautiful flowers where you can virtually see the bumblebee's bottom, can't you, sort of poking out of those flowers. The colours isn't Mother Nature amazing? How on earth, that's like a painting. How on earth to get these fantastic markings? But that's exactly what you're getting with these foxgloves. Interest, height, cottage garden sort of look. 410 119 is your item number, and really can cover a great area. It'll be nice in front of perhaps a fence you don't particularly like. Something else you might want to pop into your basket, if you spend over £30 you will get free delivery, is the lobelia. Not a regular lobelia, this is a hardy lobelia, and this is completely different to anything you'll imagine. You've got these gorgeous sort of red dark leaves, and these leaves, and they grow like you won't believe, will then stem out these amazing tall sort of scarlet red flowers. They stand out in your garden like you will not believe. They will grow much taller than you think, so have them sort of a little bit further back in your beds and borders, but as soon as you've got them in mum's garden, they are the first thing you see, and they're still looking amazing right now. 410 122 is your item number, and 10 in this half price deal for $7.50. And the last one in our half price deal, oh, I love these. Mrs. Scott Elliott, a real gorgeous mixture of a tropical looking flower, isn't it? You wouldn't imagine. It looks quite delicate, but it's not. It really will withstand our conditions here in the UK. Looking absolutely amazing. What a variety of colour. And nice as well to have something that's a little bit unusual that perhaps nobody else has got in the garden. Someone said, where did you get that? What is that plant? It's an absolute beauty. So £7.50 is your price there, and that's 410117. And our other garden ready is a buy one get one free, and that's our Pansy Cool Waves, which are known to be the best trailing pansy ever bred, and really will give you the most amazing displays in hanging baskets, pots, or put it into your beds and borders. $14.99, but it's a buy one get one free. So when you put that into your basket, use the code YGTV40. Always use the code, it unlocks every deal that we've got, and you will get another $14.99's worth of plants put into your basket at no extra cost. So you'll get 20 plants in total. 400,967 is your item number. Spend over £30, you will get free delivery. Use the code always, you get free bulbs, 60 bulbs worth $9.99, irises, and you have got alliums in there, that collection as well. And the star of the show, what is the star? I'm not surprised. It's that beautiful winter gem, and this was Beck's favourite. Really pretty because you've got gorgeous leaves on it all year round, but look at those flowers, and it flowers in the winter. So those flowers are coming for the winter, for November, December, and they smell like you will not believe. The most incredible fragrance with this. $19.99, a 4.6 litre pot, so really, really well established, and I think a great gift idea, especially being as it is going to flower into the winter months. So 510579, and my favourite is the Nandina. Sacred Bamboo is the name you may know. It's a beautiful green plant delivered properly to your door, but it will turn this fabulous red as it gets colder. It gets redder as it gets colder into the winter months. So you can imagine it with snow on the ground and then these gorgeous red leaves. When it gets established, it also flowers, and you also get berries from it too. And then it will change from the red back to the green as you go into the warmer season. It's got interest all year round. If you're like me, I've got lots of pots, and I hate it when pots, everything dies off and it's just like a pot with dead branches in. You want something interesting through the winter months. This will look fabulous all year round. And so nice, I've got 2 of these, and do double up. It's only $4.99 more, and you'll get another Nandina for worth £15 for $4.99. So grab that deal, double up, pop it into your basket, and you will, by using the code YGTV40, that second one won't be $14.99, it'll be $4.99. I've got one in the really cold area where it's already turning red, and I've got one in a warmer area where it's actually still green. So really interesting. Now, if you're looking for pots, we've got a great collection of pots, but the heavy duty pots are incredible. These really are professional sort of tree planting pots. However, great to plant potatoes, strawberries, any of your edibles. It's great to use around the garden as well, whether you're collecting leaves or whether you're collecting weeds or whether you're getting logs to bring up to the house. They're super, super strong. You're getting 4 of them for $19.99. So whether you are using great drainage, you can see that there, and really sturdy. The handles are really connected to the pots, so if you've got something heavier to carry around the garden or to move them into different areas, to a sunnier spot, out of a sunnier spot, you'll find they're really, really strong, those handles. 40 centimetres wide, 30 litre capacity, and they will look that good year after year after year. Sean Ryan, the regular presenter here at YouGarden, he's had some of his for 10 years, and they are still as good as new. So whether you're planting up in them, whether you're using some for planting and some for sort of weeding and tidying, they tick every single box. So 130011. Now, if you need little pots, this deal's crazy. You get 10 of these, they're 20 centimetres. They'd be gorgeous down steps or around a patio, around a balcony. They are completely weather resistant. They're a plastic, so they're not going to deteriorate in the really cold winters. The sun isn't going to make them fade. They will always look this good. 130470 is your item number, and they go really nice alongside the pansies, the Pansy Cool Waves. Because you've got such a collection, you could just pop one in each and you've got an instant fabulous display there. Or perhaps perhaps your plants and your pots are looking a little bit sad and you want to spruce them up.
My pants are looking a bit sad,
My
to be
pants
fair.
are looking sad. I can't find any
some
nice
new
pants. I really struggle with pants, nice ones. But we'll get into that perhaps in another show. If your plant pots aren't looking so good, do please just have a change. Get them all matching, get them all looking great, and don't make them go through another winter and you know they're going to completely fall apart. These are completely weather resistant, so please grab those. Now, away from my pants.
I was just thinking about weather-resistant pants then.
That would be good, actually.
Wind-resistant pants. All right, moving on.
Stop there.
Sorry.
Now we're moving on to, I'm sorry, onto our, this is why I'm not here very often, you see. I'm out of control and then I cause chaos. Then I'm a bad influence as well. I get blamed for everything. This deal, we've only got one.
Yeah.
Which I would stand here, $12.99 for one. Brilliant
happy
deal.
with that.
It's a buy one, get one free. So you will actually, this size, will get two of these. For $12.99. I know this was an absolute favourite when it's been here in the past.
Yeah.
And these are so amazing. It's like bringing the holiday into your garden, isn't it? Holiday into your garden.
Yeah, no, these are absolutely brilliant. We love it when we've got these palm deals for you. This is the cotton palm. It's called cotton palm because of these lovely little sort of cotton-like tendrils that you get coming off here. That's its sort of common name for it. It is an evergreen, so this is wonderful. Not only does it give you holiday feels, but it's going to give you holiday feels in winter as well. Because it's going to look like this all the time.
We've got friends in Glasgow, and honestly, they've got plants like this just in an area in their garden. And they can grow that big over years and years and years, or just keep them in a pot if you just want to keep them small, but they take a long time to grow that big. But sometimes they'll put a picture on Facebook, and I honestly don't know if they're in Glasgow or they're on their holidays, because they've got this area in the garden with all these sort of plants, and it just looks amazing.
I think it's really interesting. So Sean Ryan, he's got a lovely tropical area in his garden as well. You don't have to have a separate tropical area. I think this works beautifully if
We've
you
got
dot
these
it
like
around.
on the driveway, and they look fantastic, just in pots, and they really look amazing.
Oh, I need some of it. I need some of these in my life as well.
Well, at this price, $12.99. Have as many as you like. You get two for $12.99.
I know, these are brilliant. So look, hardy down to about -5. So most areas of the country not going to be a problem. If it's going to be particularly windy, you might want to just tie the leaves together to help them just over this winter maybe. But honestly, these are really nicely established plants. That's the size of the pot that we're sending to you. These are healthy and established. They can grow to really tall heights if you want them to, as Hayley said. You can let them grow if you want to. 10 metres it can reach, but it will take 10 to 20 years in order for them to reach those heights.
And that's what you see abroad, isn't it, in the hotels, and you think, wow. And they are wow. And do you know what I find really interesting? I don't know why. I always imagined a plant grew from the bottom and it just grew up. The actual leaves
they come from
their centre.
That's one there.
And it's so fabulous when that new leaf comes and then that fans out. You can't believe, Mother Nature is so amazing.
It's clever, isn't it?
That's going to fan out into these fantastic tropical leaves that are going to go great. Throw shadows across the garden through the summer. Look really interesting through the winter months as well. Imagine the sort of the snow on the ground and then this tropical plant sticking. Look at me, I'm still fine. I would always put a bit of straw around mine and pots and things through the winter months especially, but all year round I use straw.
We've got Strulch on the show, and it's a really good time to invest in Strulch actually, because there's so many reasons to go for it. But the big one at this time of year is definitely as a mulch to look after the. But it's like a duvet for our plants. Helps to put them to bed and make sure that they're not going to get too cold or anything over the winter months. But then you've got loads of other benefits for it as well. So it's brilliant at suppressing weeds. It makes the garden look neat. It helps with water retention, and the big one is about snails and slugs, because they just don't like it, and it's a nice way to get rid of them. It's then it's not going to hurt them or harm them.
They just don't like the feel of it, so they won't go on it. They go
somewhere else.
So they don't eat your plants.
Hostas, hostas in particular. I planted out a hosta last year before. Within 2 days, it was destroyed and gone. I've had hostas this year in pots. They have survived.
We had a 5-star review from a gentleman who had 120
hosta pots,
and they always got holes in the leaves, always got eaten. none had been eaten since he's been using straws.
Yeah, really
so do grab
stuff.
that. But great round your tropical plants as well for so many reasons, but keeping the warmth in the ground as well. Good for your bulbs as well, you know, keeping those quite warm through the winter months. But then through the summer, it holds the moisture in the ground, so you don't have to water so often.
So good.
It's all year round, Strawch. So do grab that. $22.99 is your price. 100 086. And look how tidy it looks. I'm going to do Mum's garden actually. There's an area that's quite weedy at the minute. I'm going to get all the weeds up, get the Strawch down, because it suppresses the weeds too.
Yeah.
So it's really tidy for the winter, and you've looked after that soil for the winter. But grab that, and remember, if you spend over £30, you will get free delivery. So don't forget that £30 spend, free delivery. And don't forget as well, you have got free bulbs if you use the code YGTV40, $9.99 worth of bulbs. But that code will unlock every deal that we're showing you as well. Now, if you want to go a little bit more tropical in your garden, Phoenix Palms. These are, again, stunning. Again, a buy one, get one free, which is crazy. $19.98. You'll put one in your basket and we'll give you another one for no extra cost, which is crazy.
I know. Another buy one, get one free for you.
Madness, isn't it?
I love it. And now is a really good time to get hold of these and plant these.
If you just got these two offers, you've got this amazing tropical and instant displays.
Yeah. Four of them. And so this one actually has the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit. So it's wonderful to know that it's been through that trial and test from the Royal Horticultural Society and has been a proven performer. For something that is tropical, for something that, you know, grows in those lovely hot countries, it's good to know that we can actually grow them here in the UK. Winter hardy down to about -6, so very much like the Washington palm. Most areas of the country not going to be a problem at all. Now, in its native Canary Islands, this can reach 12 metres in height. I mean, it can get huge. Probably not going to reach those kinds of heights here in the UK. Even if you plant it in your borders.
It'll stay small.
But yeah, if you put it in a pot, it'll stay small as well. So the reason I say that is if you want it to grow big, by all means, plant it out. See how big you can get it. Particularly if you live maybe in, you know, down south where it stays a little bit warmer, you might get some really big displays from this. But I don't want anybody to think, oh, well, I haven't got that much space, so I can't get this. Yes, you can. You can grow this in a pot. You can restrict the size of it. What you will get is lovely evergreen foliage and colour from this. Again, that holiday feel all year round. You know, and it's going to be just beautiful for you to look out your window during the winter months to see that. And again, another one that's going to throw and cast these beautiful shadows onto the ground, you know, in the summer months when the sun is shining. Actually, not just in the summer, in the winter. We get some lovely sunny days, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
And we've got some pots as well, which we've put these in.
Which they work with really nicely,
they really do work. These,
because they've got like a pineapple-y look to them.
It'll be happy living in here, I reckon, for a good couple of years, because it's a slow grower as well. So if you went for these pots along with them, I don't think you'd have a problem at all planting those up in there. So they do have the drainage holes on the bottom. They've got the lip around the side to make it easier to move. Lovely brushed finish on it. Frost resistant, UV stabilised, plastic, so it's lightweight, easier to move around your garden, but also with that UV stabilisation and the frost resistance, it's going to last you for many years. It's not going to be delicate and crack and break because of changing weather temperatures and things.
Always going to look this good. I would double up.
Always, yeah.
I'd double up on those and I'd buy both these tropical plants. You're over the £30, you got free delivery. Join the club, you've got 10% off. And you've got two of these, all the pots, and that's a complete area in your garden sorted.
Maybe you've got a balcony, you haven't got a big garden, you've got a balcony. That would be great because it's evergreen, it's going to be there all year round.
We've got these on our driveway, both these plants, and they look amazing and it, honestly, instant impact. So no hard work, just looking fabulous as soon as you put them out in the garden. 130 170, and even in the UK, though you'd think these were a tropical plant, they are going to look good all year round. Don't forget to go for those planters because they are perfect, the perfect marriage, aren't they, to these plants. So grab those while the stock is there. Right, we are moving on. Now do keep checking our deals. Remember to join the club. It is only £5 and you will then get 10% off all the plants that we've been looking at today, and you will get that off all year round as well, and lots of extras as well. You can check all that on the website, but remember to use the code because that unlocks all the deals. And don't forget, if you spend over £30 you'll get free delivery. If you use the code you'll also get those free bulbs worth $9.99. So loads of reasons to put all of these bits and pieces into your garden. Oh my word. This is one of the prettiest, but I've got this and I do so little to it.
Oh, really?
So little.
Good.
And it's amazing every year. And it's just got bigger and better. And it's in a little bit of soil we've got in the corner of the garden. And I just can't believe how fantastic it is.
Really?
It's absolutely stunning.
I haven't grown this one and I'd quite like to.
Stunning.
Peony Bowl of Beauty, and it's called Bowl of Beauty because the flowers can reach really large sizes.
They're
We're talking
amazing.
20 centimetres
And we
across.
get so many flowers now.
Yeah.
You know, over the years, it's just more and more.
It does. It gets bigger and better. It's a hardy perennial plant that will form clumps. It will get bigger and better for you. So, excuse me, it's not one flower per plant here. We're talking multiple flowers per plant, and they will increase over the years too.
So pretty.
Peony Bowl of Beauty flowers, May, June, July. I was going backwards then. What's wrong with me? May, June.
Hang on. May. There's no oat with us too, is there? I'm talking about my pants and you're going backwards.
Oh dear. I'm actually blushing.
So we're starting in May. I want to say April
June.
now. May, June, July.
This is where it will flower for you. And it reaches a really nice size as well. We're talking maybe a metre in height, metre spread. Is that what your experience?
Yeah.
And they're really, really easy to grow. Now, we need to talk to you about bare roots because this is how this one's going to come to you. Bare roots come in a bag like this. And let me take out... because this looks weird for anybody that doesn't know bare roots. It looks like a twig. It looks like a stick.
Crazy, isn't it?
And that ugly thing turns into this beautiful thing, which is absolutely incredible, isn't it? Right, so what we're going to do when we get our bare roots home is we're going to soak that in water for a good few hours, 3-4 hours. You can even do it overnight, which is probably better. Then once you've done that, you're ready to plant it out. And you're just going to plant it wherever it's going to go. You might want to plant it into a pot to plant out, you know, in the springtime. Sometimes people plant bare roots into pots to keep an eye on them, to, you know, do all that stuff. Up to you. It can go into its final place if you want to. That's not a problem. Just plant it just below the surface, water it, feed it, particularly in the growing season. That's it. Leave it. Let it do its thing, and it's going to pop up and bring you that absolutely gorgeous bowl of beauty every year. For many years. Now, bare roots also is a really cost-effective way of shopping and buying, because if you think about a plant that has been grown, potted on, compost, somebody's time, effort, you're paying for all of those things. That's why bare roots are an incredibly cost-effective way of doing your gardening. Plus, you tend to get bigger, better plants from it. They take a little bit longer to establish, but you get better plants.
Exactly what we had, and honestly, I can't believe the amount of flowers we have, and I do so little to it. Yeah, it's amazing every year. I always thank it. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Because I didn't really look after you.
You're so pretty.
I didn't do much today, but you're amazing. So that's the peony. If you want to go for that, it's $14.99. 580-006 is your item number, and grab that while the stock is there. It's really exciting, I think, planting bare roots, and just the right time of year as well to get them out into the garden. Now we've got one of our popular actual deals with the bare roots is our next little bundle, which is a festival of colour, and these are, I mean, these just look beautiful, don't they?
Gorgeous.
Aren't they stunning?
I love this collection, and it really is a festival of colour. You can see why it's been given that name.
Fabulous.
It's a beautiful mix of bright, bold colours. These aren't just, I mean, there are some pastel tones in there, but the mix that you're getting with the bright colours included are just incredible as well. It's another bare root, so same story as with the Peony Bowl of Beauty. You'll get bigger, better flowers, and you know it will take a little bit longer to establish, but they will be better plants in the long run. But these are a really long flowering winter hardy perennial that is ridiculously easy to grow. May through to October is the flowering season here. Not huge in size, 40 by 45 centimetres ish we're talking with the height and spread here. So absolutely brilliant one for your mixed borders and things.
Lovely, yeah.
Again, fantastic in pots though as well. You're getting 6 bare roots included in there, so you could actually put a couple into pots quite happily. If you're talking 40 centimetres spread, 40 centimetre height, you know, getting one of those pine cone planters or olive planter, the green one that we bring you occasionally, because that's 40 centimetres. You could put 1 bare root in there and it's going to fill out beautifully. So getting 6 included means that you've got a bit of variety, some for your borders, some for your pots as well. I can totally see why this has been one of the most popular. In fact, We were supposed to have it for a couple of weeks. It was supposed to be a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, is this the one?
Yeah, this is the one.
Didn't arrive.
So
we
get sent a list.
Arrive,
this is the show list for this week.
Bless you.
Both Sean and I, we were very excited. We were like, that's going to be... And then we got here and that, sorry, no, it's not on the show. And then same thing the next week. Sorry, no, that one's not on the show. And the week that Sean goes on his holiday, that's the week we've got it. But yeah, I'm so glad you're going for it. I'm so glad it's popular. We knew it would be. Please don't mistake this for those tender bedding plants. It is not one of those. This is a hardy, winter hardy perennial that's going to just give you festivals
lifetime
of colour.
guarantee, low maintenance, easy to grow, long flowering. I imagine that to be great in areas perhaps where you do have weeds and things to sort of hide those weeds and suppress those weeds because of how it grows.
Yeah, I love geraniums for that. They're really nice.
Fabulous. How exciting is that? The colours are amazing, aren't they? Now, we're really great to have your company, and we're halfway through our little gardening marathon today.
We are halfway through.
So hi to John. John's still watching.
Hi, John.
We've got loads of you with us this morning. So really great to have your company. Don't forget, check everything out on the website, and don't forget to tell your friends about our gardening shows as well. Every week they're on, aren't they? Wednesday, Thursday.
That's right, yeah. Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday.
Wednesday is 10 till 1.
10 till 1, and then 2 till 4 is what we're doing at the moment.
Wednesday and Thursday, okay.
And Sunday is 10 until 2 o'clock. But keep an eye on the website. We might switch the hours around a little bit, but the schedule is always on the website.
And you can always watch the previous shows as well if you want to. So if you go onto the website, all the W's.yougarden.com, you can see there's your logo there to actually watch us live. So you can go straight up to that, click onto that, and that'll take you straight through to us. Now, if you're watching on a mobile phone or perhaps a tablet, the logo might be at the bottom, but it will always be on that page. Then there's our lovely Sean and Bex looking fabulous. And then green button to watch the show that's live today. But then if you missed a show, you can catch up on all the previous shows, which is fabulous. There's my Sean from yesterday. So we're just covering for Sean Ryan that's normally here. He's away for the week, so we're actually covering his shows just for the week. But it's a real privilege actually, because it's a fabulous show to be involved in. And my goodness, have we had some incredible deals. Do check them all out. Loads of buy one get one frees. Loads of half price deals on bedding plants that are garden ready. $7.50 for ridiculous prices. But we're going to move on now to the primrose, the vanillas.
Oh, love these beautiful bi-coloured flowers.
Never go out of fashion.
Never go out. They're quite traditional
They are, but they never go out of fashion.
No, I completely agree. They are always going to be wonderful. And with your primrose mix, what we're talking about again is that winter colour. You know, if you're going for your Pansy Cool Waves, I would be adding this into your collection as well, because Pansy Cool Waves are going to give you that wonderful trailing effect. This is going to give you a lovely not trailing effect. They're nice and compact. We're talking 20 by 20 centimetres.
A little mound, really, aren't they?
Lovely little mound of flowers that you get from these. So, I mean, these will look great in the middle of your hanging basket with your Pansy Cool Waves around the edge. These will look wonderful in your window boxes.
We've got a big pot just of these, and they look fantastic.
I bet they will.
And also, they are amazing. And so nice to have something that flowers so beautifully through the winter months.
In your Alhambra pots, because you're getting
10,
you're getting a pack of 10 of those, but you're getting 20 of your primrose benellis. One in there, because it'll spread by 20 centimetres, that will fill that pot beautifully. So you could get those.
And they could be down the stairs.
Down the stairs. Or do you know what I think? On the table, you know, outside.
Oh, yeah.
The garden table that you're not really using over the winter months because you're not sitting outside and eating. Put a few of those little pots on there. It'll just, as you're looking out the kitchen window, you're going to see a beautiful pot filled with this riot of colour.
Actually, those could be gifts as well.
They could be.
You could plant those up perhaps for teachers and things going into the
that would
winter.
Be nice.
Yeah. What a nice little gift.
Yeah, lovely. Honestly, because you're getting 20 of these plants
you
included
keep 10,
as well.
And then you've got 10 presents to go with the pots.
Amazing. They will form clumps over time, because these are perennial plants, by the way. They're not just winter bedding that you get rid of. They are perennial plants for you.
They come back brilliantly.
I love the luscious green on here. There's something about the leaves on these which is really, really interesting. Let me pop one out for you if I can.
We were saying you always recognise them. You recognise them for the leaves, don't you?
You do. Yep, so these have been looked after. They're they've been sat in water. So these are
very well watered.
Very well watered. They're nice and juicy, but they're garden ready. They're ready for you to plant out into your borders. Hopefully yours won't be as wet as that. But they're ready for you to plant out into your borders or into your pots and give you colour right the way from about November. They're going to start flowering for you and right the way through to springtime. So about April time is when you will get the colours.
They're amazing.
Sun or shade, they don't seem to mind. So that's quite a nice little versatile plant for you as well.
And sometimes they come back at the strangest of times as well. Sometimes they think, oh, I'm going to flower now.
I'll just give you a little display.
I'll just give you a little burst of colour right now because I fancy it. They are absolutely beautiful. And I love the bi-coloured ones as well.
They're really interesting, aren't they? And they look great around the bottom of like trees and shrubs and things, you know, because they don't mind that shady area. You know, I've got lollipop shaped trees. I quite like the lollipops. You've got the trunk and then the bit at the top, but the bottom can be tricky because it's in shade a lot. Stick a primrose in it.
Perfect. They are absolutely beautiful, and the deal is fantastic. $14.98 is getting you 20 of those garden ready plants. 75 pence a plant, which is crazy.
That's good.
410035 is your item number. Right, okay. I knew we were going to get this at some point. I do struggle with this. Right. This is now normally it's a buy one, get one free, isn't it? It's a bog off. It's a buy one, get one free.
Not with us.
This is a buy one, get two free, which makes no sense at all.
None whatsoever.
But it's fabulous. So rather than one of these, you are going to get 3 of these for $12.99. And these are absolutely beautiful. I mean, they're alliums, which are amazing value for money. I think these are such amazing plants. Yet they're from the onion family, bizarrely.
Yeah, they
aren't
are. All alliums are from the onion family.
And they're so pretty
Don't eat
and
them,
unusual.
Though. They're not for eating.
No.
No, these ones are really, really interesting though, because your alliums are normally well over and done by sort of June time. You know, they don't really go much longer than that. But these actually wait until July before they're going to start flowering. So this is your late flowering allium. So if you want alliums, and there's a whole bunch of them in the family, if you want alliums right the way through from spring, right the way through to, you know, autumn, October, this is the one to add into your collection. July, August, September time, you're going to get these lovely, compact, beautiful bubbles of, you know, purple flowers on here. When I think of alliums, I do think of those densely packed purple balls. There's lots of them, but that's what I think of.
Yeah, you do.
This one is a more compact version. So the other ones can reach, you know, metre 10 in height. This one is only going to reach about 50, 60 centimetres in height. Slightly smaller balls of flowers on there, but still densely packed with those flowers. You can see these are starting to go over now. I think they're really interesting, even once they start to go over. Those flower heads are gorgeous. You can then cut them and dry them and make some really beautiful dried flower displays from these as well. They are perennials, so they're going to come back for you every year. Was it Neil at the beginning of the show that was asking? Because it was Neil, wasn't it? He's got his and he's planted them, and he was saying they're just starting to look a bit. They will
now.
This is about forward planning for your garden for next year, and by planting them now, what you're going to get is better displays next year, because now if you plant them, they're going to get established. They get a foothold in the ground while we know that the ground is in a really good condition. If you wait until spring before you start planting out your perennials, first of all, we have no idea what the weather's going to be like. We're getting snow at Easter now and all sorts of stuff, which you can't plant stuff out then. We know the ground is in a good condition now. So doing it now means you're not going to have too many problems with, you know, transplanting things, but it also means you'll get better displays next year. And these are going to delight you for many years to come, because they are perennial. They will keep coming back for you, and you'll get lots of flowers per plant once this gets established. I mean, even from these little pots, you can see there's multiple flowers per pot, but these will just keep multiplying for you as they get more established.
It's a bit like they're in training. So if you plant them now, they're training for that marathon in March. They're not just going to go straight out and run in March and fail. They're training, so they're going to give you great displays. Honestly, absolutely beautiful, beautiful plants. Can't get the deal. And when I saw it before, I was like, can't be right. How can we have a buy one, get two free? They don't do those. Buy one, get one free. But that's what you've got here with YouGardens. You get buy one today, you will get 3 plants delivered. Just put one into your basket, but remember to use that code YGTV40, and then we will put the other 2 in your basket completely free of charge. And don't forget as well, you will, using the code, get those fabulous bulbs, 60 bulbs completely free of charge, worth $9.99. And if you spend over £30, you have have got free delivery as well. And please have a little look. If there's anything that will take you over that £30, free delivery, whether it's compost pots, the strulch, pop it into your basket. And if you're over £30, free delivery on absolutely everything. And join the club. It's £5 to get 10% off. And often you'll find it's paid for itself instantly, and you think, oh my goodness, I'm already winning, and I've got 10% off for the rest of the year as well.
My membership paid for itself with the first order, but then if you think, you know, if you're going to place multiple orders throughout the year, it's really going to pay for itself quite quickly.
I think you're going to buy even more going into the spring and into the summer next year, and you've still got free delivery then, so it's well worth joining that club. It's only £5 for the year. It'll join you again the following year, but you can cancel it if you think, well, actually, no, a year's enough. But it's the best one to go for because you've got such incredible 10% off. You get 5% off lawnmowers and things like that. You get vouchers you can use through the year as well. So do definitely join the club. And it's just a little box as you're about to check out. Just tick that box. It even tells you how much you'll save if you join as well. Now we're moving on. Polyanthus.
Oh, I love this one.
So pretty. Called mixed lace, and you can see that they do look lacy. They look a little bit Victorian-y. I don't know.
Love that. Yeah, well, Victoriana lace. There you go.
I didn't even realise that. I looked at them and thought they sort of, I don't know, like a Victorian dress or a bonnet or something.
Well, I sort of put these in the same place as the primrose.
Yes,
they've got that kind of traditional feel about them, but they are. It's that high contrast, isn't it, with that lace-like edge around it that really makes those colours stand out. Is
that like a black?
Yeah.
Wow.
I know, right? It's pretty, isn't it?
That's amazing.
You've got a lovely pink and a purple and a black, and it's so lovely. And you are getting 20 plants in there. Another compact one, so a bit like your primrose, 20 by 20 centimetres. It's going to flower over the winter for you. So there is actually a little flower on there now.
Hello.
I mean, their usual flowering time, I think it's sort of December, January time through to April. But as you can see, we have a flower on there right now. So get them home, get them planted, and you'll start seeing some flowers coming very soon, I think. They're tolerant of most soil types, they're drought tolerant, they're low maintenance, they're resistant to pests and diseases. You know, these are a sturdy, hardy, workhorse of a plant. And they're lightly scented as well. Polyanthus have a lovely smell to them too. Lovely.
These again are really nicely well watered, yes. And they've got some really nice big roots in there.
Yeah, and they're nice white roots as well. They're really healthy looking plants. Honestly, they've been grown on for you so that they're in the best condition for you to plant them out, now, as soon as you get them home.
That's what Garden Ready is all about. It's just the right time to get these planted. These are going to give you so much joy because those flowers are absolutely beautiful. And they look lacy. To me, they do look like a bonnet. And I love the fact there's some black ones in there as well. Really unusual. $14.98. You're saving £5 and 20 plants for that price.
I know.
So good. So good. So please do not miss out on those. 410126 is your item number. Now get your pens and papers. We're busy on a few items and we just want to show you the details because obviously I haven't got thousands of everything. So just to make sure if you do want any of these, you put them into your baskets. Geraniums are really busy. These are so pretty. They are bare root. You get 6 of these as well. $14.99 is your price. 580039 is your item number. They're hardy, easy to grow and low maintenance as well, so do not miss out on those. Now we've got some half price deals. Jot down the item number. First of all, these are the prettiest and the most unusual, and these are an amazing deal at $7.50. Grab these while the stock is there. You will absolutely love them. The details will change for you in a minute. Always use the code. There we go. It's $7.50. 410117 is your item number. 10 garden ready plants, half price deal. Arigrons, these are again a half price deal. Sea of Blossom, I know this was, and they're a white daisy that turns then into a pink and into a purple. They're great for ground coverage, they're great in sort of a weedy area to suppress the weeds. They're $7.50 for 10 plants. They're lovely as well in pots. 410120 is your item number. Another half price deal for you are the Rebecca. $7.50 again, half price for these incredible flowers. Landing pad for the bees and the butterflies. And when they open their petals, they're a bit more like an umbrella. It's like the petals go down. They are absolutely incredible. And to get 10 plants, they look so great in that, you know, in that sort of bundle. Put them together and just get this incredible field of colours. That's 410 124 being your item number. The foxglove. I was saying Mother Nature is amazing. Look at the markings in that foxglove. It's like someone's painted inside the actual flower. Why it's called Dalmatian, and you can imagine a little bumblebee in there. Absolutely beautiful mix, a beautiful height to your garden, cottage garden sort of look. Perhaps put them by a fence that isn't so interesting, bringing you that joy to the garden, which of course foxgloves do. And they really are so easy to grow. So 410 119 is your item number, half price at £7.50. The lobelia is my favourite. It's the darkest of sort of red leaves. And then that plant, and ours grew on like you wouldn't believe, will absolutely bloom, and it will bloom because it will shoot out this amazing, incredible scarlet red flower, which is super, super tall. You'll be amazed how high these grow, so plant them at the back of the borders, but they will be the instant thing you see in your garden because that colour is just striking. Against the leaves, it's just one of the most interesting plants I've ever seen. And to have 10 of these at £7.50, garden ready, 410 122. Such exceptional value for money. Mine were a lot more than that, but I'd buy them time and time again because they are an absolute joy. Ours are still in flower at the moment. Now, everything that you've seen have all been half price deals. So grab those. Remember, if you spend over £30, you will get free delivery as well. And don't forget to use the code YGTV40. It unlocks all these deals, and it also gives you £9.99 worth of free bulbs as a free gift. Now we've got a buy one, get one free next, and this is our Pansy Cool Waves. Now, 10 plants, but when you put them into your basket and use that code, YGTV40, you'll get another 10 plants put into your basket free of charge. These are known to be the best trailing pansy ever. Hanging baskets, pots, they are all right as well to put in your beds and borders because they'll sort of trail across the ground. But at times you won't even see the greenery because you have got so many beautiful flowers. What a mixture of colours. They really do give you delight for months and months on end. 400 967 is your item number, and $14.99 for 20. It's a buy one get one free. Just use the code YGTV40. Remember, if you spend over £30, you got free delivery, and use the code to get your free bulbs as well. So you get all of those, 60 of them, free of charge with that code. Now we're going to start off. I love the Fatsia. I've got this, and I've also got a plain leaf one. The plain leaf one we've got in a really tall pot.
Yes.
And it is massive.
Yep.
And it's in the most bizarre spot in the garden. It sort of hides the water but a bit, and we put the washing line behind it and stuff. And it's amazing, and we've had it for donkey's years.
Yeah, I love them.
Mum's got one by her pond like that, and it's huge, and it's just fantastic.
Yeah.
And then we both bought this a couple of years ago, and because I'd never seen one with these sort of white edges, it's so interesting.
Yeah, I really, this was my favourite and sort of top tip for the Wednesday or Thursday. It was Thursday, wasn't it? The Thursday show. Absolutely. I tried to get them to let me have it on the Wednesday. And Stuart was having none of it. He was like, no, you're saving it till Thursday.
Oh, he's strict sometimes, isn't he? We like to give you something new every day, but
no,
we like to show you everything on the first day.
But look how these leaves come through as well. Look at the little baby leaves really in the middle there, and the way they're coming out, and then they just grow and get bigger, and you have all of this variation on here. Some that are really green, some that have got that, the white edges on there. I think this is super, super interesting, and I'm so excited about this one. It's a winter hardy plant. It's evergreen as well. It is luscious and healthy looking and beautiful, and it's always going to look like this all year round. My friends have got a Fatsia. I don't think it's this variety, but they've got a Fatsia in their garden, and I love it. Every time I go and visit and I sit in their garden, I'm looking at this plant because it just looks so lush and healthy. Now it can grow, it can get big if you want it to, 2.5 metres by 2.5 metres. If you want to put this into a border, this is going to look absolutely fantastic. but you can keep it in a pot, just like you guys have. You've got it in a pot, and Sean was telling us it's growing really tall.
It's a really long pot, so it's made it grow super tall rather than go wider. But it's great, it's lovely, and it's so healthy. And again, I do very little to it.
I don't think you have to. I don't think this takes much looking after at all, but it's going to look fantastic for you all year round. I think it also looks a bit tropical as well, doesn't it? It's quite a dramatic looking plant. It's definitely, it's going to draw your eye, whether you've got it as a feature plant in a pot or you've got it in a mixed border.
She's got one that she's planted by the pond, which has grown huge, and then she's got this one in a pot by a water feature, and that looks really nice. Because I don't know, there is something quite tranquil about these big, gorgeous leaves, and then the water feature behind it.
Huge
tropical,
leaves.
Isn't it?
I mean, that's a big leaf, and they do get quite big as well, don't they? They get bigger than this.
Yes,
it's so interesting. I love that one. I'm glad you're going for it. I'm glad it's been one of the most popular ones, because it's certainly one of my favourites.
It really is a stunner, isn't it? 510 910 14.99. You're saving £5. A 3 litre pots are really well established already and going to look instantly fantastic, and always going to look fantastic in your garden all year round. Now, the real favourite was Bex's favourite, and you discovered this not from the shows.
No, years ago.
On a walk years ago when you smelt it.
Years ago, I was out with the kids. We'd gone to there's this lovely lake thing near where we live, and we were walking around there. Kids were little, and I got this waft of scent on the breeze, and it was the sweetest, it's kind of vanilla-y, I think. It was just a really sweet, gorgeous smell, and I was hunting down the plants and there was loads of these planted out, so I was like a crazy woman walking around smelling all the plants, and it was this. And then I took a pic. I didn't know what it was. I took a picture. I sent it to my mum, who's a very keen gardener. I was like, what is it? She didn't know, and we were trying to find out what it was, and we eventually found out that this is the Coca. You might know it's Christmas box, you might know it's sweet box. We're calling it the winter gem as well. But the scent that you get from the flowers, and you can see the flowers are ready to burst out, and those are the flowers you get.
They're unusual.
They're really unusual. There's loads of buds all over this plant already, so you can see that it's ready to burst into flower for us. Normally from about December right the way through to sort of March time.
Winter flowering.
Exactly, I think that's why it's called winter box or sweet box or Christmas box, because you're getting those flowers over those colder months. But the smell you get, it's beautiful.
I want this.
It really is a beautiful smell. And it's an evergreen plant as well, so it always looks luscious and green. Relatively slow growing, so it's not going to take over your borders and things. Only about 1 metre by 1 metre is the ultimate sort of size and height. You can trim it back. It responds well to kind of pruning and stuff as well. It's a gem. It is. It's a winter gem. It is a gem for you to have as a... I'm just thinking I've got a pot at home that I'm not using at the moment.
You've already got one.
This would work in a pot quite happily. And then you can have it near where you're going to, by a back door or something. By the way, it likes shade. This doesn't need to be in a sunny position. This can go into borders and things where you're not getting a huge amount of sun there at all.
Look at the flowers.
But maybe in a pot, so that you've got it by the back door, so that, particularly in the winter months, because that's when you're getting the most scent out of this, you're going to be able to, you don't have to walk right up to the border to be able to smell it. Put it somewhere where you're going to be able to get that scent. It's glorious, this one.
It really is. I mean, just the idea of having that fragrance. Oh, and who do you have an email in earlier on? She was saying she'd bought it. Olwyn for her husband for his 75th birthday, and he's blind, so she's bought it because he'll get the scent. He'll be able to smell it. And I've got a friend who did a garden for the blind, and it was all about the smell, the sound, and the feel as well. So it's really nice having those areas in your garden too, because having the fragrance I think is just important as having beautiful looking flowers. Having that smell in your garden is incredible, and of course will attract the butterflies and the bees as well. So 510579 is your item number. 19.99 is what I'm trying to say is your deal, and you have got a £10 saving there, which is incredible for such a well-established 4.6 litre pot.
Can I show you the pot quickly?
Really good prices. It's big. It's really big.
It is it's a big pot, well established. In fact, the one in my border isn't much bigger than that. Actually, well, I've got two. No, I've got two. So I've got the one that I bought years ago when I first discovered it, And then I've got a slightly more recent addition that I planted within the last year.
And you were just going to buy another one? Put it back. What should I? It's fine, isn't it? You can have whatever you want in your garden. Absolutely, buy as many as you like. Remember, if you do spend over £30, you will get, of course, free delivery. And always put that code in. YGTV40 will give you all the discounts. It unlocks the discounts. And, of course, it gives you these bulbs. You get 60 summer solstice bulbs that you can get planted up, and they're worth $9.99. You're getting those completely free as a free gift, but you have to use the code. And talking about bulbs,
yes,
have a look. It amazes me.
I know, it's
that
so
something
clever.
that looks like an onion grows into the most beautiful of plants.
Yeah, this one is an absolute stunner. It's a real, head-turning, show-stopping spring flowering bulb. It is incredible. The way this opens is going to turn heads. You'll get questions about this one. It's a compact plant. We're not talking about a massive one, reaching about 30 centimetres in height, 20 centimetres spread, flowering about April, May time. But this is going to, look at that.
Wow.
It is spectacular the way that opens. I think it is really, really interesting.
It's like it opens from the outside in, doesn't it? Which is it's gorgeous.
I love this one. And this is one of our returning favourites. We brought a few of the favourites back for this weekend because this one has been so popular over the last few weeks. And it's because it's unusual. It's because it's something a bit different. Yes, we want our tulips and daffodils and, our staples. Absolutely. Of course we want those. But we also want to add a few just unusual, something a bit different. And this is something just that little bit different. Winter hardy. So obviously it's winter hardy. We'll bring it to you at this time of year. Of course it is. But this one is going to just bring you a lot of joy. Perennial, so it'll come back for you year after year. You get these lance-shaped leaves and then rising up these gorgeous blue, purpley coloured blooms coming from it. It likes a bit of sun and doesn't mind a bit of part shade. I think... Therefore I am. I think that this needs just to be on its own. You get three bulbs. We do have the double up deal, and bearing in mind this is going to reach 30 centimetres by 20 centimetres. You could put one bulb into the right size pot, or if you've got a slightly larger pot, put all three bulbs into that pot all by itself, and then give it pride of place. Give it that actual, show-stopping centre of the board.
It'll be so exciting when you see that little bit of green coming through. Do double up. It's $14.98 for three, but for another $4.99, you will actually get. You'll get. It's $9.99 for three.
Ignore that
price.
It's
$14.98 for six. So, because I looked at the deal originally, I thought, well, everyone's going to double up. It's the same price. It is $9.99 for one set of six bulbs, three bulbs, I say. But you will get six for $14.98. So 630045 is your item number. So if you are buying one, it will be $9.99. It's just wrong on our details on the screen. But don't buy just one. For another $4.99, you'll get six of those. Whether you share them, but actually, you'll just want them in your garden.
No, you're definitely just going to want these.
You're never going to
come back every single year.
That's like your favourite chocolates. You'll eat them, won't you? You're going to keep these.
Slightly different rule on planting these. Normally we go double the depth of the size of the bulb. I'm saying that right?
Yeah.
But with this, they're shallow planters, like that Christmas flower that we have.
Amaryllis.
Amaryllis. Bit like the amaryllis. You don't want to go too deep with this. So where there's a green shoot, that's where you're going to go. That's where you're going to plant it. So just below the soil surface with the bulb, and that's it.
And if there isn't a green shoot, just
below the soil surface. Yeah, that's it.
Fab. Easy.
Don't go too deep with those, basically, is what I'm saying.
They are stunning, aren't they? I think in an actual pot, they're going to look amazing.
Honestly, so find the olive planter, the 40 centimetre olive planter that we sell on the website.
That would be nice.
Get one of those and put all three of those in there. It will...
Delightful.
Perfect size for three bulbs.
I mean, they look really tropical again, aren't they? But they're going to be really happy in the UK and hardy. So 630045, double up. So put two lots into your basket, use the code YGTV40, and you'll only spend another £5. They should be £9.99 for one, but you are getting two for £14.98, which is fantastic. Now we're moving on, and where are we moving to?
Oh, yes. Okay, so we're going to look at ferns now.
I love ferns. I think they're so interesting. I love the way the leaves unroll. They're just amazing plants.
Yeah, I've got one fern in my garden, and it is beautiful. You know, there are some plants that you need that are all about the foliage, and that's pretty much what you're getting with your fern, isn't it? And they do tend to unfurl as they open up, which is really, really pretty. You're getting 3 hardy ferns here, 3 colourful hardy ferns.
Fabulous.
And these have been hand-selected, perfectly selected, to give you the best kind of combinations and standout colour in your gardens. This is how they come to you. They are the 9-centimetre pots. Look at the size of that one.
Gosh.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
That is stunning.
Loads on there. Which one's that one? Ockenham. Okay, so you are getting the Arthurium otophorum, which has the yellow-green foliage with the contrasting red veins. It is deciduous, but it retains its leaves for longer than most of the ferns out there. We've got the Dryopteris erythrosora. That's your triangular copper red colour leaves. They mature to a dark green. Again, this one is deciduous. And then you're getting the Arthurium nipponicum, which is the purple bronze, which matures to green with the silver dusting. I think the colours, the colour mix that you're getting with these is absolutely incredible. Look at that. I mean, that's beautiful,
that is gorgeous,
isn't it? That's the Erythrosora. So Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit, 2 of these have that, which means they are that's the stunning colour for me. That one, I think, is the really, really pretty one. That's the Nipponicum, isn't it? Love that one.
Looks a little bit frosty, sort of thing.
It does look a bit frosty, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit for 2 of these. They don't mind a bit of a shady area.
Great.
In fact, they much prefer to be in a shady area. That's why I got my fern, because there's one corner that just doesn't get much sun at all. So they like a cool, shady spot. Easy to grow, easy to manage. They don't get massive. We're only talking maybe 45, 50 centimetres in height. So these are fantastic to put into your mixed borders. Fabulous, aren't they?
I absolutely love ferns, and like you say, a real benefit. They like the shady spot, and they've got a tropically sort of look to them.
They feel a bit Jurassic, don't they? A bit historical.
Yeah, they are. I just think they're so interesting. It's great to have flowers. It's great to have colour, but it's great to have these different shades of green and these different sort of leaves and these leaf shapes. And I just think ferns are so interesting when they unfold as well as they grow. So grab those while the stock is there. £14.97, 560 578 is your item number. I've got these next ones.
Have you got them?
Absolutely love them. Yes, I love them. I've got these in pots. They've been brand new to you this week. And again, I got them because I love different shades of, you know, different greens and darks and reds. And I thought, oh gosh, the black against all of those is
and they really are black
amazing.
as well, aren't they? Because we often call things black, but they're not.
They are truly black,
They are really black. You can see those lovely green bits there, which is the new shoots coming through, but they're going to mature to that lovely dark colour. But when that green comes through, contrasted against the black, wow, doesn't it stand out? And that's exactly what you're talking
flowers.
about.
I love them.
The contrast that you get when you plant something like this and mix it in with your borders is just incredible. Until you do it, you don't realise how much it makes all the other plants stand out.
I've got the chocolate tree as well. Is it the chocolate tree?
Yeah.
And that again, the colour, they just really stand out against everything.
Yeah, it's a stunner, this one. So it's a very unusual grass-like plant. It's not actually a grass, but it looks like one, so who cares? And we know that ornamental grasses, they're very, very popular at the moment. They're having a bit of a resurgence, and you can see why, can't you? They look great in mixed borders. Wow. They look fantastic in gravel gardens. I've got a fern here. Let me grab, in fact, one of the ferns. Let's put that next to it.
That.
Let's get that and just put that next to it so you can see the contrast with the two. They really do. It doesn't make it stand out, doesn't it? So your Ophiopogon is going to give you excellent ground cover because it's relatively slow spreading. It doesn't reach massive heights, does it?
I've got mine in pot, but no, not.
But it will spread. So it's going to reach about 20 centimetres high and about 40 40 centimetre spread. So it's really good for that ground cover if you've got gaps and you want to fill them in so that the weeds don't grow. I think mixed in with other grasses, so lighter coloured ones or the red ones, or you know, around the bottom where your pampas grasses are, all of those things are going to look absolutely brilliant. It's quite a versatile one, this one, because it's shade or sun, not a problem, drought or wet, not a problem. And it has the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit as well.
That's amazing.
I like that.
Really,
I mean, that's multiple plants planted together, isn't it?
It looks fantastic.
If you think this is going to spread by 40 centimetres, if you put all 3 of these together, that'll give you a really nice large area, or you can, you know, dot those around and get a mixture of that throughout your borders.
I absolutely love it. And like you say, it's a true black, which is quite unusual.
Against
Often
that
blacks can
terracotta
be
pop
blue.
colour as well. It looks really pretty, doesn't it?
It just stands out fantastically in the garden. You know, whatever pot you put it into, whether you put it into blue pot or white pot, you know, whether you put it around the bottom of perhaps a standard sort of plant, it just looks fantastic. And I love that because mine are in pots, but seeing it in the bed and border there looks amazing. $19.97 is your price. You get 3 9-centimetre pots, brand new with us here. 560219 is your item number. But what you must do is please, please, please use the code. Use the code YGTV40. You'll get your free bulbs with that. You have got 60, the summer solstice mix, worth $9.99. You're getting that completely free of charge, but you have to use the code. But actually the code unlocks all the deals as well, the buy one, get one free. Buy one, get 2 free. Still don't get that. The half price deals, the clearance prices. And don't forget as well, if you are spending over £30, you will get free delivery. And join the club. It's only £5 to join, and you'll get 10% off all your plants today and for the next year as well. But check that out on the website. What I will say is get your pens and papers, because if you have just joined us, it's great to have your company. Lots of you watched for the what are we on now? 3 hours? Are we on 3 hours yet?
Not quite.
Not quite. 2.5 hours. So lots of you have been with us.
Another hour and a half.
From the top. We've got another hour and a half left, but let's show you some of the ones you might have missed earlier on in the show. The compost has to be #1 purchase with us here at YouGarden. It's actually the compost they use here in the nursery. That's exactly where we are, in the potting shed in the nursery. And when you see the quality of the plants, you'll understand why this is vital. It makes that difference. If you've planted things in the past and they've not grown really well, or the hanging basket didn't do particularly well, it's often down to that compost that can be stodgy, heavy, thick. And sometimes when you buy it from the garden centre, you think, my goodness, how many years has it been there? Sometimes you open it, it's like black, but it's got like a white mould to it or a smell to it. This is completely freshly bagged, 2 50-litre bags, white bags, because this isn't sold in the garden centres. This is actually the nursery's compost. And you've got all those vital ingredients, 3 different peats, 50% composted wood fibre. There's a wetting agent in there, a slow-release fertiliser. There's loads of goodness and nutrition, so to make sure your plant, I always say, it gives your plant the 5 a day that it needs. And whether you're growing a seed right through to a fruit tree, you will get the best results with this compost. Don't believe me? Have a look at the 5-star reviews. And when you see the roots, when this has been tried and tested, with a regular compost, the plant can be alive, but when you take it out the pot perhaps at the end of the season, it didn't actually get any bigger underneath. The roots are still the same. Whereas actually with our professional compost, the roots thrive because it's light and airy. You really get this amazing root system, which gives you bigger plants, bigger flowers, bigger fruit, more disease-tolerant plants, healthier plants, and really getting better results from everything that you're planting up. So 100, 125, check out the 5-star reviews. This is possibly one of the most 5-star rated products I've ever sold over all the years I've been in sales, since 89 actually was my first year, I think, doing sales. This is one of the most 5-star rated products, so grab that. And don't forget, if you spend over £30, you will get free delivery. However, delivery is included in that deal. Our Pansy Cool Waves, buy one, get one free. So 10 is what you're buying, but actually 20 is what you'll get for $14.99. Just put the one into your basket and we'll give you the second one free of charge when you put the code in YGTV40. So 400-967. These are known as one of the best trailing pansies ever actually developed. So you have got these most amazing trailing pansies in hanging baskets, pots, great as well if you want in beds and borders. And at points, you won't even see the greenery because you have so many gorgeous, happy, smiling flowers. 400-967. We have got ready-made hanging baskets as well. So if you do want to go for these, they're in that wicker basket. They're 14 inches. They're massively well established already, but they will only get better and trail like you're seeing here. If you want to go for these, they're $29.98 for 2. And honestly, I would expect to pay $29.98 for one. You're getting 2 baskets for that price. So that's the front door sorted. That's a present perhaps solved. And perhaps you've got a birthday coming up and you're going to get a bouquet of flowers. Don't. Have these that will just keep on flowering all winter long, right through to April. 450155 is your item number. Now, bulbs. We've got the most amazing bulbs and the most amazing value for money. The complete spring flowering actual bulb is absolutely amazing. The mascari there, you've got the daffodil, which is the miniature daffodil. We've got tulips. We've got 2 types of allium in there as well. The spring star in there too. So you have got the most incredible complete collection of these gorgeous bulbs, which you'll plant right now. They'll get established, they'll go through the winter, and going into the spring, you'll have that little bit of green pop up. And you think, oh my goodness, they were those bulbs. I wonder which one that is. And you'll get this most amazing display. My mum's front garden is completely a spring garden, and it is absolutely stunning. And the great thing is, we don't have to do anything year after year to get that spring garden looking fantastic, because once you've planted those bulbs, they will just come back on their own year after year after year. $9.99 is your price. Don't have to put them in beds and borders, pop them into pots as well. One of the best gifts I ever had was from a lady to say thank you, and she'd planted me up a pot of bulbs. Had no idea what was in them, and when spring arrived, it was such an amazing gift. So 630050 is your item number. Now this is another really popular deal. We've got some brand new todays, we've got some that's sort of Sunday favourites, we've got some favourites from the past as well. And this is beautiful. You get 3 9cm plants. When you see them, they're like butterflies floating above the plant in a way. Can you see what I mean? They are absolutely, and when they blow in the wind, they're absolutely stunning. And this is what they will grow into. This is one of your favourite plants in your garden. $14.97 is your price, and you have got 3 of the 9cm pots for that price. 560898 is your item number. Don't forget, if you are spending over £30, you get free delivery on everything, but you have got delivery included on that. But well worth going over the £30, because then every item in your basket is free delivery. Now this next one has become one of my favourites during the show, and this is the Caribbean lily bulb. These bulbs create the most incredible flowers. I love the way they seem to flower around the edge first, and then they flower in the centre, the prettiest of colours. It is a colour that's going to stand out in the garden just tremendously. Whether you put these into pots, whether you put these into beds and borders. $9.99 for one of these. However, you can double up and get 6 for $14.98. So you get 3 bulbs in a pack, but you'll get 2 lots of that. You could put, you could put 1 into a pot if it's a smaller pot, but if you've got decently sized pot, put 3 into a pot, and that display is going to be absolutely tremendous. But you can get 6 of those for $9.99. Now don't forget, if you have just joined us for the very first time, it's really lovely to have your company here at YouGarden. Of course, you're watching us probably on YouGarden, all the w's.yougarden.com/TV, but of course you can watch us on Facebook and on YouTube as well. So if you need to tell a friend how to watch, you can watch us in those 3 ways. You can also get free delivery if you spend over £30, so well worth doing that. And that's a special, that's not on every week, but it is on this Sunday. If you are joining us today, there's always a code on your screen. Always use that code, because that will unlock all your deals, the buy one get one frees, the double up deals, and all the deals we've got available. But today it also gives you a free gift, and you get the summer solstice mix of bulbs worth $9.99. And in there you've got irises, you've got alliums, you've got some real beautiful Tritatelia, and you've got a real beautiful mixture, but you do need to put that code in, YGTV40, and that will give you that code. But then what you've also got is an opportunity to join our club. Now if you join the club, and you must, all it's going to cost you. Now, you can join for a year for £10. It's just for 1 year and you'll get all these benefits. However, for £5, you can join if you want just for 1 year, but this will also, it will auto renew. But if you want to stop and you don't want to be a member, you just cancel it. So definitely go for the £5 deal. That £5 deal will give you 10% off all the plants and accessories, so like your pots, your compost, your strulch, 10% off all of that today and all year round. Probably pay for itself today with your order today. And when you go through to checkout, it'll give you an idea of the saving you'll get if you join the club. You get 5% off your outdoor living, so things like your tools and things like that, like perhaps a lawnmower. £20 worth of vouchers. So you've only spent £5 and we're giving you £20 worth of vouchers for you to spend. They come sort of 4 times a year. It's split over four times a year, so you get a £5 voucher 4 times throughout the year, and you can spend that as and when. And then you have got offers and competitions and expert advice as well, and that is just £5 today for the whole year. So it's well worth joining the club. And when you go through to checkout, you'll find there's just a little box and it says, you know, what you'll save if you join the club, and you just tick the box and you're a member, and it is as easy as that. Now we've got some more amazing, we've got so much to show you. Bex, we had so many plants this morning. We're like, oh, I hope we get through them all. And we are. We're thundering through them. And we've got, I think, the tallest jasmine that I have seen, Sarah. So really well established.
Very well established, particularly when you think about with jasmine, it is a relatively slow grower. Excuse me, in the world of climbers, you know, jasmine, we say anywhere between sort of 10, 20 centimetres every year it will grow. Obviously, it depends on where you've got it and all the rest of it. But yeah, this one is definitely a well-established one. Comes to you in a nice large pot, and look, it's going. You can't even see how far it goes because...
It's a fabulous, look at that,
there you go.
Fabulous climber.
That's how big this
hide
is.
that fence, hide that shed. The prettiest of flowers and the most beautiful smelling as
well.
Gorgeous
Scent from jasmine. I've actually got 2 of these because I'm boasting.
You've got 2 of everything, you. Got 2 of them.
Help myself.
I've got 2 of them. You have to double up, don't you?
I can't help myself.
I work in 2s or 4s. I'm like, it's a strange thing.
Well, I've got one of them that's growing in the tower pot. I'll be talking to you about the tower pot in a moment. And I've got one that I'm training up a fence. And it's just to the side of the conservatory, which I'm going to knock down at some point. That'll be a lovely seating area, and then I'll be able to smell it. I am forward planning. But yes, this is going to get absolutely covered in these gorgeous little white flowers. They look like pinwheels, like Catherine wheels. I think they look like they're in motion. And it's from those flowers that you get this delicious, delicious scent over the summer months. June, July, August, September. That's when you have these. And the plant itself gets completely covered in those really small flowers on there. It's an evergreen plant as well. So, you know, the foliage and the leaves that you have on there will always look green.
Which a lot of climbers aren't. So again, so it looks all year round.
A lot of climbers, even if they are evergreen, they lose their semi-evergreen, so they lose some of their leaves, or their leaves start to look a little bit tired. Whereas this actually looks, because it's got that lovely glossy green.
Looks great all year.
Always looks healthy and beautiful, which is why I've gone for it, because I wanted proper evergreen climbers in those particular positions. Relatively slow grower as far as the other ones out there are concerned. So if you've got a smaller garden space, this one's absolutely brilliant, because sometimes we don't want it to completely take over. But you can train it to go over trellises, tower pots, over pergolas, over archways. If you've got particularly ugly areas, this is great as well. It's going to want a decent amount of sun though, so the one in the tower pot, great, that's getting loads of sun, it will be absolutely fine. And the other one I've planted, and I'm taking a risk, and I'll let you know how it goes, I've planted it down a slightly more shady area. It only gets evening sun from about 4 o'clock in the afternoon in the height of summer. I don't know. It's probably not going to do brilliantly, but I'll let you know. But you know what? This is part of the fun of gardening, isn't it? You've got to try things. Sean Rhinos probably tell me off, because he always says, if it wants sun, plant it in sun.
Do as you're told.
And
you're adventurous.
He's probably going to be right. And I'll let you know next year whether he's right or not.
But you like trying and testing.
I like trying things out.
Sometimes we want it there, don't we? And it might not be quite the right spot, but you might think, well, it might be happy.
It's getting some sun, so we'll see how it goes.
You see, I would like sun all day. day, but you don't.
Me
and
too.
I'm quite happy with a bit of sun. So I'm sure it might be the same. So we'll find out anyhow. You have got a fabulous plant there, and honestly, the flowers are so pretty. The smell is amazing. Put it somewhere where you will smell it. And obviously, I love it, as I ever say, because it always stays these green glossy leaves. I do get quite disappointed sometimes when all the leaves fall off, because a lot of my plants are in pots, so that's all I've got, and then I've got pots with sort of dead branches in. So it means you've always got that bit of green. So if it is hiding a horrible fence, it's always going to hide that horrible fence, but at times it's going to have really pretty flowers, at times it's just going to be gorgeous green leaves. So honestly, it's a real great buy because it's so tall as well already, so it's really well established. And talking about tall, this is our tower pot, which is one of the best inventions, I think. Honestly, so clever. So clever. So yes, the tower pot comes to you in 4 separate parts. So you've got the pot at the bottom, then one part here, one part here, one part here. These clip together with these bits that you can see on the sides. Those just clip into place. You can unclip them at any point if you need to, want to. As you can see, it's made of sort of a malleable plastic, but it's that frost resistant, UV stabilized plastic. So again, designed to last you for many, many years. Now, the wonderful thing about the tower pots are a few different things. First of all, plastic, lightweight, easy to move around your garden. You will always get a 360-degree display from this, which is fabulous. Have it outside the patio door. It'll look great indoors. It'll look great outdoors.
Exactly.
I've used them as well to hide things like the bins, or
very good,
or gas bottle or something. So it's a good little hiding thing.
They've got big openings here, which means you can get your arm and your hand in. I don't have dainty, tiny little hands. I was blessed with big man hands. So you can get your hands in here to move things around if you need to. In the bottom, what we have is there is a water reservoir in the bottom there, so that really helps you when we're talking about watering, particularly during the summer months and what have you. There is also a drainage hole in there as well. So this is just a fantastic item to have in your garden that you can use for your star jasmine if you want to. You can use for your, there's mine, that's got my wisteria growing in it. You can't even see the top of it anymore.
So clever, isn't it? And it'll look that all the way around. And when that flowers, wow.
Oh, I can't wait.
Amazing that'll be.
Can't wait to show you that.
But nice as well for clematis and things like that.
Clematis, perhaps you're sowing your sweet peas at the moment. If you're growing your sweet peas from seeds, these will live happily in here because obviously they need something to climb up. Perhaps you're doing grow your own with, I don't know, some runner beans or something like that. Anything that's a climber, that can go in here as well. So this is very versatile. You can use it not just for your flowering things, but for a lot of different things.
Really lovely.
If you can, I would, get a few of these, even if you're only planning on using one right now, but get a few of them because you will find uses for these for sure.
You will, and I know often we do sell out of these as well, so whilst we have got the stock, and you will love it because the display is just, you get more for your money because it is all the way round. So do put it outside the patio door. It's going to look just as good indoors as it does outdoors. $19.99 is your price there. 130461 is your item number, and honestly, one of the best inventions I think ever pot-wise for all of those climbing plants. And if you are going for the jasmine, that'll look incredible in there, as does clematis. Don't forget, if you spend over £30, you will get free delivery. Remember, all the deals, you need to use that code YGTV40 and you will get that fantastic bag of mixed bulbs for worth $9.99, but they're completely free of charge. So don't miss out on putting that code in, and it unlocks all the deals as well. Now, I'm quite excited about this. Cherries, fresh cherries are delicious.
I know, but
they're so expensive.
They're very expensive.
They're so expensive.
And when you grow your own, if you've done it, it tastes so much better.
So different, it's amazing.
More
flavour.
I don't know if it really does taste better, but you just feel so more satisfied.
Tomatoes do, cucumbers do.
I love growing my own.
Honestly, growing your own, it does. Well, it's fresher. You've picked it straight off the plant. It's absolute best, isn't it?
Yeah, totally. And when we're talking about this particular variety, so there's a few things to tell you about. This is a dwarf bush rather than a tree.
Right.
So you've heard the term cherry pickers. You know what a cherry picker is? It's one of those mechanical things, and you've got to go up high to pick stuff up. And that is why it was called a cherry picker, because traditionally cherry trees grow really high, and the fruiting happens really high, so you have to get up high to get them. You don't need any cherry pickers with this, because this is a bush and it's a dwarf.
Fabulous.
It'll only reach 2.5 meters height and spread.
Brilliant.
But what's going to happen is that you will get fruits all the way along the arms of this plant. So you'll be able to stand at you know, arm height and pick the cherries off this tree.
Fabulous.
Off this bush even. It is absolutely incredible. You'll have the gorgeous cherry blossom, obviously, April, May time. So you will be inviting those beneficial pollinators into your garden. And then July and August, that is when you will get, and look, that is what you are going to get from this. You'll be able to walk up to this bush and pick those off the plant, ready to pop into your mouth, or you know, pick and then do whatever it is that you want to do. And when this is established, we're talking about maybe 5 kilograms. That is 12 pounds of fruit from one of these. That's a huge amount of cherries that you'll be able to get from this. It is self-fertile, so it's not one that you need to worry about in that way. And what you're going to do is you're going to prune it hard each summer in order to sort of maintain the size of that. That's kind of it. But pick your own. Grow your own. How exciting is this? It's a very you know, environmentally friendly way to do things as well, because you think about the air miles of having to fly things in, but more importantly, it's just the taste. It's being able to grow your own, go and pick it and pop it into your mouth. It's a wonderful journey to take children on. As a mum, I mean, I try. We never get it right, do we? But I do try. One of them's kind of into it. One of my kids really has enjoyed sort of seeing how things grow and going and picking and digging for potatoes and all that sort of stuff. So I think if you've got kids in your life, whether it's
I think they don't realise sometimes where things come from. That's it. It is really exciting.
They get to see it and then they'll
try
eat it.
Yeah, and then they'll try.
They'll try it.
They'll try it.
They don't always like it,
because they've got involved in actually growing it, which is really exciting. And when you think about how much a punnet of cherries can be, you'd probably only perhaps buy 3 punnets and you've got a tree for years to come.
And because it's a dwarf variety, you know, you don't need a massive space to put this in.
So could I have this on the patio in a pot?
You could. In fact, we've got the heavy-duty pots.
The heavy-duty pots.
Now we use these at the nursery for, you know, growing fruit trees in. Basically. So your cherry bush could live quite happily in here. This is a professional grower's pot for a couple of reasons. Can you see that it's got drainage holes around the sides and it's got drainage holes in the bottom, which is really important. It means your plants aren't going to get waterlogged.
Great.
Sometimes if it's only got holes at the bottom and then it's on the ground, it does actually stop the water from running away. But because you've got the drainage holes around the side, that's great. It's got the handles which have been moulded into it, which means they're very, very strong. You are not going to break these. If you put your cherry bush in here, it might not reach the sizes of 2.5 meters, but it's still going to get to a really decent size and it's still going to yield lots and lots of fruit for you. Obviously, anything grown in a pot just needs a little bit of extra looking after, particularly over the winter, the summer months, as far as watering and feeding and things like that is concerned. But yeah, if you haven't got a massive space, you haven't got room in your border like me, I'm running out of space, then yeah, absolutely use these.
You don't need an orchard anymore. You don't need an allotment anymore. No. You can grow your own in pots if you want, and those heavy duty pots are brilliant. $19.99, 4 of those, 40 centimetres, and of course 30 litres in each of those. They're really handy as well, not only for growing your edibles, whether that's potatoes or strawberries or tomatoes even, but really good as well for clearing up the leaves or the weeds in the garden, or for your logs and things like that. I know some people keep sort of wires in them in the garage, or even the kids or dogs' toys in those as well. 130011 is your item number. Now we're getting busier and busier. It's really great to have all your companies today. Don't forget, always put the code in. It'll get you extra discounts, and you also get those fabulous bulbs, which is a collection of 60. They're completely free, but you have to use the code, and that code also unlocks all the deals. And spend over £30, free delivery. Join the club, you've got 10% off. So there's loads of things to do, and we're entering our final hour now. So we are going to show you your very best things from this morning, but actually from our other shows this week, because of course it's on Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday and Thursday it's 10 till 1 and then 2 till 4, and then on Sunday we're 10 through to 2 o'clock. So where we are, we're going to start with one of my favourites. Just take a look at this.
Oh, Patty's plum.
Oh, it's stunning.
Isn't she beautiful?
Absolutely beautiful.
I love that colour. The purple that you get on here, I don't know.
It's like the material for a dress. It's like it is like a violety purple. It is.
I don't know. It's beautiful, beautiful colour. It looks like silk or satin, or and with poppies you get these lovely large blousy blooms on here, and the foliage itself is also quite interesting. You get a lot of green foliage, and then the poppies rise up above it, don't they? They are beautiful.
It's sort of got hair to it, hasn't it, the foliage?
Yeah.
It's really. You always know there's a poppy coming when you see that foliage, and poppies are just stunning.
They're so pretty, and bees love them. You've seen bees popping around here. These are, they're hardy perennials. They're going to flower for you May, June time. They're tough, they're robust. Each one of these plants is going to produce several flowers. It's not just one that you're going to get. You will get more. They will, they'll get better each year as well. They'll die back down underground, but then they'll get bigger and better, for many, many years to come. These will always be in your garden. Obviously, you get poppy seeds from these as well. If you leave those seed heads on, you can then collect the seeds or spread them around your... There's so many good... I just love that colour. I can't get over that colour. It is the prettiest thing.
I just expect a bumblebee just to land in the middle of that. It's just like a real sort of landing pad, isn't it? Like homing them in. Come and see me. But they are just so pretty. And you'd think to have something so stunning would be a lot of hard work, a lot of looking after, and it's not at all, is it?
Very low maintenance, very easy to grow. Honestly, you're going to plant these out and ignore them, basically. Just forget about them over the winter, and you'll see them pop up over the springtime, and you'll have these lovely foliage coming up, and then those flowers are going to just bring you so much joy. The only thing you might need to do, because they reach about 90 centimetres in height, you might feel the need to stake them at some point, because you get nice big flowers on the top of there. If you're planting it into a mixed border and it's got support from other flowers around it, not so much. But if it doesn't have that support, or you're in a particularly sort of exposed area, then yes, you might need to stake them. But that's really the only maintenance that you need to do on these.
They are absolutely beautiful. And you see lots of poppies in the wild, don't you? Very much looking after themselves. They very much look after themselves. But never seen that colour. That colour is absolutely beautiful. And they're unique, aren't they? They look quite vintagey. It's like a vintage dress. The colour is fantastic. Price-wise, $12.97 is your deal. Do not miss out on that. And it's 3. They are actually pots. Yeah. So you have got 3 of those 9-centimetre pots. So you have got exceptional value for money, and of course really easy as well for you to plant out as well. So do grab those while the stock is there. Don't forget, if you spend over £30, you've got free delivery on everything. Moving on to something I've got. Oh no, we're not. We're not going to do my grass. We'll move over. Doesn't matter.
There if you want it though.
Doesn't matter, because I love these as well.
Aquilegia.
These are so pretty.
It's the colour. Well, they don't look real, these flowers, do they?
They look tropical in a way. They do. They look... I think people would be, if they were in the front garden, they'd be knocking the front door saying, "What are those plants in your garden? What are they? I've never seen them before. I've never seen a plant like it. They're beautiful."
I like the mixture of colours that you get. The kind of pastel tones,
and they've got like a clovery sort of leaf, haven't they? The leaf is a bit like a clover, and then they've got these incredibly unusual flowers. And like you said, the colours mix is amazing. It's like someone went wrong and thought, I'll just put those petals with those petals. They look right, and I'll put those petals with those petals.
It's definitely bringing sort of a woodland, feel and magic into your garden. And honestly, it's one of the best early flowering plants for spring. This is going to flower for you May, June time. Those flowers are going to reach up to between 60 and 90 centimetres in height, and you're going to get a spread of about 45 centimetres on here as well. You get a mass of these elegant pastel blooms on here. Cottage garden feel, woodland garden feel. They don't mind part shade because of that woodland thing as well. They want a bit of sunshine, but part shade is going to be absolutely fine. Winter hardy, perennial, reliable, self-seeds, comes back bigger and better every single year. This is such an easy plant for you to have in your garden. It's not herbaceous. The foliage sort of becomes paler as time goes on. All you do is cut it off, and then after it's finished flowering, sort of in the summertime, and then new growth will come through from there. Right. And then you're going to get new flowers every single year. As I say, just getting that bit bigger and that bit better. And you can use them as cut flowers as well, because you are going to get masses of them. So you can actually cut the flowers and bring them indoors.
They are absolutely beautiful, aren't they? Really, really unusual. And they are garden ready, so you can see they're a really good size. And we've got a few of these deals actually, because you've got a half price deal on garden ready here, but we've got some other half price deals as well. So Erigeron, so you've got an amazing sea of blossom is what I call this, and you really have got the prettiest of daisies, which changes colour.
It does. It comes out white and then it turns a lovely blush pink and goes a darker pink colour as well. Mexican fleabane is the other name for it. You get 3 seasons of colour starting April all the way through to October. cover. How incredible is that? Use it as ground cover, you know, to suppress those weeds, because this will grow 50 by 50 centimetres, so it really does spread nicely, especially if you think you're getting 10 plants included in there. That's a lot of ground cover. Put it into a pot by itself though, that would look amazing. Put 3 of them into a large pot, and it will look absolutely beautiful. The flowers close at night time, open up during the daytime. That's a nice little additional interesting thing. And as I say, remember, April, June, July. April, May, June, July, August, September, October. What is wrong with me?
You're
I don't know my months of the year
today. No, don't worry. It's been nearly 4 hours. That's what though we were like it at the beginning, weren't we?
Just go backwards earlier. I don't know what's wrong with me.
You want to turn back time. 410120 is your item number. Half price deal, $7.50, and it really is that pretty. Put that into Mum's front garden, an area where it was always a bit weedy, and it's really suppressed the weeds. Really gorgeous. So grab those while the stock is there. Remember, all these deals use the code YGTV40. It actually brings you these deals, so all the offers, you need to use that code. Half price deals on all of these. The Rebecca is stunning. There's a landing pad there for the bumblebees and for the butterflies, but the flower opens, so it's a little bit like an umbrella. The prettiest of colours.
I love the yellow with that really, I mean, it's brown, but it looks almost black centre that you've got on
that picture I love.
Well, that's lots of them all planted together. I mean, one plant is going to produce maybe 10 flowers. So I've got Rudbeckia, the little gold star variety. One plant has produced 10 flowers. That's it there in the first year. They multiply, they get bigger and better every single year. So who knows how many I'll have on there next year. But if you think you're getting 10 plants, that could be 100 flowers you get. Looks wonderful planted en masse, like that picture that you were looking at there. It has the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit, plus they've given it their badge as perfect for pollinators. And like you're saying, that is that landing pad for them to land on. Late colour you're getting with this one. So Rebecca, we're talking, a little gold star starts in about June, July. I think this one's a slightly later variety. So the flowers you're going to get from here are probably September, October time.
Lovely.
And they're just, all the other, not all of them, but a lot of the other flowers are fading by that point. So to have this in your garden, it just extends that colour for just a bit longer.
And it is a great colour. We sort of love our yellow daffodils sort of thing, but then that colour has gone after spring, whereas you're getting that colour into sort of late summer as well. $7.50, half price deal, 10 garden ready plants. 410124 is your item number. Now, next is our foxgloves, and these are just so beautiful. I can't get over the markings, and obviously that's why they're called Dalmatian. They really have got these, like they've been painted.
I know, it's really, really pretty. I think it's a nice, difference with this particular variety. As we know, the bees are going to love them. You can definitely, they get right up in there, don't they? We can see as the bee's bum just wiggling out the back there. They add kind of tall elegance and grace to your borders, because these just sort of rise. I love the way they open as well, sort of successionally up that tall stem. They love a bit of shade, so don't worry about planting them in too much sunshine. Bear in mind this is a woodland plant, so we've got to recreate those conditions as much as possible. Otherwise, you're probably not going to get the results you want. And particularly with your foxglove, with this particular one, because it's a short-lived perennial, because it's a biennial, you want to get it right first time. It's not like me with my jasmine and doing an experiment. Don't experiment with this. You want this one in the right spot straight away.
And to plant it out now. And
to plant it out now, because with your biennials, you want flowers the next season. If you wait until the spring to get your foxgloves planted out, then chances are you're not going to get those beautiful flowers until the following year. So it's important to do this one now.
Yeah, so get them planted up, get them ordered now. Half price deal, $7.50. 410119 is your item number. The lobelia is my absolute favourite, honestly. Not like the regular lobelia that's sort of that filler for your hanging baskets and things. This is a hardy lobelia, which gives you the most amazing coloured leaves. And honestly, I can't believe when we planted this up how quickly this plant grew and how tall it grew. And it had this incredible, the flowers are just striking. That colour is what you see as the instant you walk into Mum's garden. They are what you see. They're beautiful.
Well, it's the combination, isn't it, or the contrast rather, of the bright red against the really gorgeous dark purpley burgundy foliage that you get. And that foliage is ever red or evergreen or whatever term you want to use. It's it's that it does die back a little bit over the winter months, but then
ours are still in flower. They still look amazing.
Absolutely. Those flowers rise up, reaching about 90 centimetres in height. Normally flowering somewhere around July, August, September, and depending on weather and conditions, into October as well. Yours are still flowering. I'm sure there's plenty out there that are. I think the flowers look quite exotic. I think they look like birds of paradise.
They weren't really what I expected. They were even, you know, when I wanted them because I thought, oh, they're really pretty, the colour's amazing, but they were even better than I thought they were going to be. They, you know, the colour is even more vibrant and the height is just incredible. Have them at the sort of the back of the borders and you will absolutely, they'll be one of your favourite plants, I think, one of the favourite plants that you've planted. £7.50 for 10 garden ready plants, and that is another half price deal, 410122. Is your item number. Sometimes I look at the flowers and they look like sort of ballerinas and dancers. Now this is your favourite.
Love this.
And has been a complete favourite this morning. And I think it's your story, it's the smell, I think, and the unusual flowers.
Yeah, it's really interesting. So this is your Christmas box or sweet box, or we're calling it winter gem, Sarcococa here. It is just one of the most phenomenal plants for over the winter months, okay? But this stays evergreen. It's luscious, green, glossy evergreen. And I love that particular type of leaf when it comes to an evergreen. I just think they look really healthy and they're like that all year round. But this one then is going to flower for you. December.
And what a flower!
I know, it's a really pretty one, isn't it? December, January, February, March, it will have these beautiful flowers on there. But the beautiful thing about those flowers is not just how they look, it's how they smell. The scent you get from this is incredible. It's sweet. I'm sure it's a vanilla base to it. I'll have to find out what the actual base is. I just remember it being so sweet and delicious. And I hunted it down because I was out on a walk once and could smell this. I hunted this plant down and didn't know what it was, and finally found it and planted it into my garden. So I've had one in my garden for a few years now, and I did buy another one earlier on this year, so I've got two.
It's been really popular today, and the flowers are just so unusual. I can't wait to get the smell of those.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And for me, if it's green or, you know, it's got leaves all year, it's great for my pots on my patio and decking, because it gets a bit sad when everything's just a stick coming out of a pot.
That one is totally reliable. I'm sure that one had the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit as well. So proven performer, beautiful all year round, gorgeous scent, and you know, at a time when it's
ticks all the boxes.
Yeah, at a time when it's horrible and dark and
because it flowers in the winter.
Yeah.
So you're not going to wait till the summer for those flowers. It flowers in the winter months, which is fantastic.
I think that's why it's called. It must be why it's called Christmas box, because it flowers over December, January, February.
And winter gem. It's a little winter gem.
Months, and it's going to be gorgeous.
It really is. Now we're moving on, and where shall we move on to? We've got the most incredible festival of colours here, and it truly is. I don't think I've seen quite a mix of so many different colours, and some really nice bright vibrant ones as well.
Really bright colours in here, so a few little pastel-y shades, but you've got some really dark, vivid, bright colours, the yellows, the blues, the reds. I think it is absolutely gorgeous. It's a winter hardy perennial plant that's going to get bigger and better every single year. This is not to be mistaken with the tender bedding plants. This one is perennial and going to come back every year, giving you a riot of colour, a festival of colour from May all the way through to October. Amazing. Nice and compact. We're talking about maybe 40 by 45 centimetres. So this is going to be great in your borders. It'll give you that ground cover, but with the bright riot of colour that you get going with it as well. Really long-lasting interest from this. Low maintenance, hassle-free, tolerant of most soil types. It's a winner, and that is why we brought it back for you this weekend, because we know how good this is. Now it comes to you as a bare root plant, or should I say 6 bare root. It is 6, isn't it?
Yeah,
6 bare roots. Now if you've never seen bare roots before, they all look a bit different. I mean, that's weird, isn't it?
I mean, they are. So you'd think, what have they sent me? They've sent me some.
What is it? Is
some
it dead?
Dead roots.
Yeah, no, it's not dead, I promise you. Okay, so these are just fast asleep. They're in a dormant state right now. They're fast asleep, basically.
One of the best ways to plant plants, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It really, really is, for a few different reasons. Now's the time. Bare root planting season is now. But with bare roots, you tend to get better, healthier plants just because of the way they've been lifted out of the ground, so they lose some of their roots, which is good. It's like getting a haircut. It can encourage more growth to come through. It takes the plants just a little bit longer to fully establish, but in the long run you get better plants. You really do get healthier, bigger, better plants. Cost-effective way of shopping as well for your gardening stuff, because if we were to bring you these potted on, you know, in a pot with compost. That means that you've got the materials to pay for, but it also means you've got to pay for the nursery person's time for looking after it, so that it comes with a higher cost. So excellent plants that you get for healthier, better plants, plus a more cost-effective way of shopping. This is why bare roots are amazing. When you get it home, you do need to do something with it as soon as possible. The bare roots, so they come to you generally in sort of a moisture, soil or something in there. What we need to do is make sure those those bare roots don't dry out. If they dry out, chances are your plant is then going to die and it just won't do what you need it to do. So it does need attention straight away. Soak those roots in water, get a bowl, get a jug, anything, just soak them in water. Good few hours, 3 or 4 minimum, and then plant it out. General rule is most of the time it's just below the surface, but look at each individual plant to work out, its own rules. But generally it's just below the surface. If you want to plant that out into your borders right now, great, go do it. Ground's in a perfect condition for you to go and do it. You can plant them into pots and things as well. Again, it's entirely up to you how you do it. Plant it in, water it in, and then, it's good to feed your plants over the winter, not as often as you do during the summer, but get some blooming fasts
every now and again,
give them a feed over the winter. But then in the growth season, obviously start feeding them more regularly, and that will not disappoint you.
Bare roots, I think, are so exciting, because you look at them and think, how on earth is that going to turn into something so fantastic? But it will. It will. But always give them that really good drink of water.
It's the ugly duckling thing, isn't it? It's an ugly duckling that turns into a swan.
It really is, and it's quite exciting. You feel like you've been part of its growth, really. It's like your children. You've helped it to grow from scratch, which is it's a very rewarding feeling. Now we're moving on to a little miracle here, and we saw this earlier on. I think this is so interesting. I think the prettiest of flowers, again, unusual flowers, and then also at the same time this has got sort of a berry on it as well.
Yeah, you've got flowers and fruits on here, flowers and berries, and you get those at the same time. The flowers themselves are it's a beautiful bright yellow colour with those lovely yellow, fuzzy yellow stamens coming out the top. It is really, really pretty. But then you also get these berries on there that they seem to come out a creamy yellow first of all, and then you get like an orangey colour and a peachy colour, and then a deep bright red on there. So there's so much going on this plant all in one go. Flower arrangers love them.
Yes.
And you can imagine see why, can't you?
You can see in the display, can't you?
Work in a bouquet of flowers, absolutely gorgeous. So you get flowers on there June, July, August, September, and the fruits start coming out sort of end of July, August time. So that's when you see the two things happening at the same time. This one is a much sought after newer variety that we have. You might not be able to find it elsewhere. You might, but I know that we've got it, and I know it's very sought after. It's a variety of St John's wort. You might know it. You might know them as that rather than the Hypericum miracle attraction. It can be evergreen or deciduous. It really does depend on where you live, basically, and where you plant it. So if you're lucky, you might get it to keep some of its leaves over the winter months if you've got it in a sheltered spot. But don't worry if it is a deciduous plant. We can have some deciduous plants in our garden. That's fine, as long as we're mixing some in with some evergreens. And I think this one does earn its place for how long it has the flowers for, and for the level of interest of flowers and berries and things at the same time.
That yellow.
It's beautiful.
And the flower looks a bit like a crown, and then the berries, it's like they're sat on a lily pad, really.
I know, it's cute.
Really, really sweet. And the fact the berries change colour as well, there's loads of interest in that plant, and loads of interest with you at home as well. It has been an absolute favourite. $11.99 is your price. It's a 2-litre pot. 510890 is your item number. So do not miss out on those while the stock is available, because as ever, it's while we've got that stock. And when you have got the unusual and the different, it is very much the stock that we have. So grab that whilst it is there. Don't forget, if you spend over £30, you will get free delivery. So it's well worth doing that. And if you use that code, the YGTV40, it unlocks all the deals, but it also it gives you some free bulbs, and you actually get 60 of the summer solstice bulbs, which are gorgeous.
Yes.
But talking about gorgeous bulbs, you have to get these. They are stunning.
It's one of my favourites. I picked it out a few weeks ago, and you loved it as well, which is why we've brought it back for you this week, because it has been a massively popular deal for you. And we've got the single deal, or you can double up as well. But this, I just think, is going to be one of the talking points as far as your spring flowering bulbs are concerned. That's the picture for me. That's the thing that I fell in love with when I saw this one. I love how these flowers open up. I think it's so interesting. It looks very exotic, doesn't it? I mean, that's why it's called the Caribbean lily, I suppose. But yeah, it looks like you wouldn't be able to grow it here, but you absolutely can. This one is not a problem. It's a perennial, so it's going to come back for you year after year. You get these lovely lance-shaped leaves that then above that, look at those flowers that are going to open up for you. Relatively compact. We're only talking about maybe 30 centimetres in height or 20 centimetres spread. So if you want to put this into your borders, you know, have that lovely colour in your borders, you know, towards the front of the border. I genuinely think that this is going to want to be in a pot by itself, though. I think it deserves it. I think it's that pretty that it's a standout on its own. Either one in the right size pot, or you could put 3 into a larger pot. The display you will get from that will be show stopping. It's definitely going to draw the eye. It's definitely going to want all the attention.
The colour's fantastic, isn't it? But then the flowers are so pretty, and it's really interesting how the flowers sort of flower around the outside first and then flower on the inside. You know, they're there, but it's like they flower gradually.
Super interesting. I love it.
Absolutely. And you wouldn't think we could have plants like that in the UK,
nope.
But we can. They're bulbs. You get 3 of them for $9.99. However, it's a double up deal, so for another $4.99 you'll get another 3. So it's well worth doubling up, whether you keep them all. I think you would keep them all, because I think you would be quite happy having 6 of those. And the bulbs, how do we plant these?
Okay, yeah, these ones just sit outside the normal rules. I mean, general rule is you plant it at twice the depth of the height of the bulb. I'm going to work out a better way of saying that. I'm sure there's an easier way.
That makes sense.
Okay, good. Twice as deep as it is tall.
Yeah.
Not with this one.
We know what you mean.
Okay, good. Not with this one. This one wants to be planted just below the surface. Okay, so these ones have got some green shoots coming out. So if you've got ones with green shoots, that's where you need to be planting it to. My hand is the compost, okay? If you don't have green shoots, just plant the bulb just below the surface. It's very much like an amaryllis in that way. Doesn't want to be planted too deep at all. And that's it. Easy.
And then
and that's what you get.
Mother Nature is just incredible, isn't it? When they look like onions and they grow into those beautiful, beautiful plants. You have got such gorgeous colour. You've got an incredible deal, whether you're going just for 3 or whether you're going for 6. Remember, if you're doubling up, you need to put the second one into your basket, and you need to use the code YGTV40, and we'll then sort the deal out. So rather than it being 2 lots of $9.99s, if you're getting 2, it will go down to $14.98. Don't forget to join the club. It's only £5 to join the club, and that will give you an extra 10% off all year round, and lots of extra goodies as well. You get vouchers. You can join just for a year for £10, but don't do that. For £5, you join for a year. It does auto renew, but you can cancel it at any point, so it's not worth, do the £5 one. You've got 10% off all your plants and all your compost and all bits in your pots and things like that. You've then got 5% off your outdoor living, so things like lawnmowers and things like that. You've got £20 vouchers that are split over the sort of £5 vouchers 4 times over the year, and then you've got exclusive offers as well, and competitions and expert advice. So well worth being a club member. When you get through to check out your basket, there's just a little box. It'll actually tell you how much you'll save if you join, and you just tick the box and you've joined, and it's that easy. And you've got 10% then. Often it pays for itself in one order.
Yeah.
Like, oh my goodness, I've got me £5 back already.
Easy.
And now I'm still saving for the rest of the year, which
Easily
is brilliant.
done.
Yeah. Now this collection, oh my word. I mean, have a look at the picture. If you fancy a whole garden in one bundle, I think that's exactly what you've got. They won't all flower at the same time, but they are going to give you months of flowers, which is exactly what you want. $9.99 for 300 bulbs.
300 bulbs. Price per bulb is just crazy with this one. And you're getting 7 different varieties, and you'll get colour right the way through from about February all the way through to June with this particular collection, because each of these does flower at a slightly different time. So they've been specially selected in order to have that lovely sort of successional flowering thing going on here. Absolutely brilliant way to transform a garden. You can use them as cut flowers. They're easy to grow. There's loads of wildlife friendly ones in here. Winter hardy, and these are all going to naturalise and just give you bigger and better bigger and better displays. Value for money though is just brilliant. Right, so let's start off. You're getting the 15 crocus included in here. I planted some crocus out into my lawn, creating a drift in my lawn, which will naturalise and then look even better. Because obviously we're not mowing the lawn at that time. These are going to start flowering about February, March time, reaching about 20 centimetres in height. Then we're going to move on to the Iphion. Where are you? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's here somewhere. There it is. I put my hand on it. Iphion, we're getting 80 of those included. They're going to flower for you March, April, May time. Lovely star-shaped, bluey coloured, scented, reaching about 25 centimetres in height. Nice small bulbs, those. And you're going to plant those out, so that's great. Then we're going to move on to our miniature daffodils. So here we are getting 15 of these, March, April time. They're going to flower for you, reaching about 20 centimetres in height. So remember that those are the miniature version of your daffodils. They're not going to get as tall, because daffodils can reach like 50, 60 centimetres in height, can't they?
The little ones.
These are the smaller ones. Then we've got tulip triumph mix. These are going to flower for you April, May time. Classic, sturdy, wonderful colour mix of tulips that you're getting there, reaching about 50 centimetres in height. I love all those colours. I love that mixed colour look. That's going to look really pretty. And then we've got our muscari, the grape hyacinth. 30 of those included in this particular bundle. My grandma had a whole carpet of these in her garden. They look beautiful every single year.
I just imagine them as a carpet, like under a tree or something.
Well, they're quite vigorous, these, in a good way. You know, they will just naturalise and spread, and they'll pop up for you. You know, March, April time. April time, and they'll just create an absolute carpet for you. Then they just die back down underground, and then they pop back up again next year. They are brilliant, proper workhorse kind of spring bulbs there. And then we've got our alliums, 80 of the allium mollies. These are the yellow ones. They're beautiful. May, June time, they're going to flower for you, reaching about 50 centimetres in height. So this is one of the taller ones within the collection. Yeah, beautiful, nice yellow colour in there. And then also the allium neapolitanum, so we're getting 50 of those, and they're going to reach about 40 centimetres, and they're flowering May, June for you. Those are the white globe.
That's nice, because you often think of those as being like a blue, don't you? And have a yellow
blue and purple.
Yeah,
I think that's lovely, that white one.
Really nice, yeah, really lovely. So nice, and that is all of those 300 bulbs for $9.99. Crazy value for money. I mean, that really is your spring garden in one order. It works out 4 pence per bulb. You've actually got a £20 saving, so you're saving twice as much as you're spending. But do remember to use the code to get all of these extra discounts. 630050 is your item number. Use the code as well, YGTV40, because you will get extra bulbs. You'll get 60 of the summer solstice bulbs, and you will of course unlock whatever deals we've got. Buy one get one frees, buy one get 2 frees, half price deals, crazy value for money. Now these are my favourite. I was in the garden yesterday. We were edging and weeding yesterday, and that's all I could hear was that rustle. And it's so calm. I find gardening really calm. And if you struggle to unwind and you know, switch off, it's the only time I really it's so good for you to be outside, but actually getting yourself outside can be a nightmare. Perhaps you're not great at walking, or perhaps you can't walk that far, or perhaps your pavements aren't so great and it's getting dark early. Get out in the garden, and get out in the garden right now. You don't have to stop gardening through the winter. This is just the time to be doing all of this, and you want to get these planted now, because in the winter these get even more exciting.
These are so exciting. So these are evergreen foliage. They have their foliage all year round, but they change colour, dramatically change their colour as well. So lovely bright green leaves all the way through the summer months, but then as the temperatures change, as the temperatures drop, they start turning a sort of peachy colour. You can see some of the colours changing here. They'll go to a bright orange colour, a burnt umber colour, and a bright red tone as well.
They're amazing.
And often you're getting the mix of the colours all on the same plant as well, which is super interesting.
And you imagine perhaps when they go red they're going to drop off, but they don't. No, they'll turn back green in the warmer months.
It's so clever, isn't it? I love it. So this is a winter hardy plant, obviously. -23 to +43.
Brilliant.
Those are the temperatures we're talking about. It is tough as old boots, honestly. This one will just keep going for you. Mature plants, you will get white flowers in spring, sort of star-shaped ones, and you'll get red berries on here as well. So another thing to be interested about with this plant. It grows in most soil types, so it's not one you need to worry too much about. A pair of these is fantastic. Put them into a pot, put them either side of a doorway. That will be brilliant, particularly because, so I was reading about this, in Japan, they keep these near their door because then they, if you have a nightmare, the story is you go and tell the Nandina about your nightmare, and then your nightmare can't harm you. Oh. I love little things like that. They're really good, aren't they?
I had a strange dream last night. I don't think the Nandina would want to know, really. No. Yeah, it was very odd. I don't know who I was with. It was very odd. But this man needed some Brill cream for his hair. Right. And you had to get it out of a machine. It was very weird.
Wow.
Why would I dream about that?
Have you been watching that new documentary on...
Oh, about David Beckham.
About David Beckham.
Does he like a bit of Brill cream?
No, it's one of his brands that he used to model for, wasn't it?
Oh, right.
I've been watching that documentary.
Is it good?
It's really good.
Yeah, I'm really interested
really
in
good.
it,
I've got one episode left.
Oh, great. No, we are going to watch it. I'm really interested. I like Victoria.
Oh, do you know, I don't mind either of them. I think they're...
No, I like them both. No, obviously you can't not like
David.
No.
There's a great scene in it where he comes in and he takes the mickey out of her. You might have seen it. She's trying to talk about how working class they are, and he's like, "What car did your dad drive?" She's like, "Well, no. What car did your dad?" A Rolls Royce.
Fantastic.
It's so
Love
good.
It.
It's so funny.
No, I'd be really interested actually. I can't wait to see that.
Because David really was like proper working class family.
Absolutely.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Watch it. It's really good.
Fabulous. How did we get there?
I don't
dreams.
Know. Dreams. That was it. Brill cream.
I was dreaming about David Beckham, obviously, and his Brill cream. I love the sound these make. I love the look. I've actually I've got 4 of these, if I'm honest. I've got 2 here where we stay near Peterborough, and I've got 2 at home. And the one we've got different areas, though it's not a massive area, they're completely different. There's really quite cold spots and windy spots, and then there's warmer spots. So the one that's in like sort of the cold open spot is really quite red and getting really red now already. But the one that's in the warmer spot is still green. It's still like, I'm not ready yet.
I think it's dead interesting.
It
honestly.
It's fabulous.
The fact that you're getting this double up deal as well. So you can look at it 2 ways. You're either getting one for £5, or you're getting them each for like £10 each.
It's crazy. I think
it's
one
great
for £5.
value.
Buy one for yourself at $14.99. The second one for a £5. That could be a gift if you want to. And what a great gift! And that'd be a great gift for someone that does have bad dreams. There you go. Tell them the story. Not about the Brill cream, about telling the...
I'm thinking about getting this deal because I quite like one of these. I don't have one yet, so I feel like I need one of them in my garden.
You know, when we were edging yesterday and getting the weeds out, just in the breeze.
Just hearing that noise. Well, my friend who's really got into gardening lately as well, last few years, she's really got into it. And I think this would be just a lovely present to give her. I can pot this up, put it into a nice pot, stick a bow around it. What a wonderful Christmas present.
The best presents, I think, plants.
Doesn't it sound nice?
Oh, it is. It's calming. It's right. But gardening is calming. I know I keep saying this, but if you really struggle to unwind, because I do, I can't sit still, can't switch off, feel I should be doing something, I should be somewhere, there should be something that I should be doing. But if I get in the garden, I am doing something.
Yes.
But I'm unwinding, I'm switching off, I'm in the fresh air. Just go on the internet and see how good it is for you to be outside. And I know it's a struggle perhaps through the winter, you're not going to go walking, it gets dark early, but get out in the garden, pot off a couple of plants up, tidy the garden up a little, and sit in the garden, enjoy listening to that sound, enjoy smelling those fabulous plants. And remember, when this gets established, you will get berries and you will get flowers as well. But please, it's entirely up to you. You can buy one. It's $14.99. It's exceptional value for money. You will love it. But for another under £5, another $4.99, you will get a second plant worth £15. So get 2, even if you give one as a gift. But I know you'll be quite happy to keep these. Have them either side of the door. 510823 is your item number. Remember these double up deals, these buy one get one frees, all the deals that we've got, the clearance deals, the half price deals. You do need to use the code YDTV40. And that will allow you to get those deals. Don't forget as well, using that code, you do get as well the actual free bulbs. There are 60 of those worth £9.99 and a really nice collection as well. Don't forget, if you spend over £30, you will get free delivery too. And please join the club. It's only £5 to join today, and you will instantly get £10 off, 10% off today, but all year round you'll get 10% off. But what you'll get is £20 worth of vouchers over the year as well. They're broken up into £4, £5 vouchers for you to spend. And if you are buying any gardening products like lawnmowers and things, you get 5% off those as well. And it's only a £5, so it's well worth joining the club. It'll give you, when you go through to check out on the website, it'll give you a box and it'll say what you could save if you joined the club. And a lot of the times you'll think, hang on, I'm already over £5 saving, so it's paid for itself. Just tick the box and you're instantly a club member. And even if you've only saved 50p on that first order, you've now for the year got 10% off all your plants, your compost, 10% off your compost, our best-selling compost, your mulch, the pots. So it's well worth doing that. And put everything in your basket so you spend over £30, then everything has got free delivery as well. It's really great to have your company. We've got loads of great offers, and one of the real favourites was buy one get one free with the Pansy Cool Waves. Now these are one of the most incredible plants. They're known for being one of the best trailing pansies. That's why they were bred the best trailing pansies. Can you see any greenery there? That ends up, there's so many flowers, you hardly see the leaves. And whether they're trailing in baskets or pots, or whether you actually want to put them into the beds and borders, you are getting 10 garden ready plants for £14.99. But actually, use the code YGTV40. You'll get another set of 10 put into your basket free of charge. So you don't have to do anything, you're getting 10 free of charge as well. Now, if you love Pansy Cool Waves, and I think they are an absolute favourite, what about having them already pre-planted in wicker baskets? Whether this is for yourself or whether this is for a gift, these are a beautiful present.
I think this is just easier gardening, isn't it? And sometimes, even if you're an experienced gardener, we need some things that are just easy in our lives, and a pre-planted basket is the way to just take some of the complications out. And these are just gorgeous. They're the rattan baskets. They've got the chains included. They are stunning, and they're going to keep looking, I mean, they'll just keep getting better, basically. This is the worst that they will ever look. I love the Pansy Cool. I love, look at his little face.
They are little happy smiley faces.
I think they're just the most gorgeous
and the
things.
colour mix is lovely, because when I go to buy these, because I've always got these and I'm always happy to buy more and more and more, I want that colour, I want that mix.
Look at that little face.
We said earlier, he is like a pumpkin.
I think these are great. They look like pumpkins, don't they?
Really
That particular
cute.
one. I love. I love them. Finger. They look like they're I love a pansy. Anyway,
He has got like a moustache and a little goatee beard, doesn't he, that one?
Pansy Cool Waves, just they're free flowering. They keep going for you. You can deadhead them to encourage them to come through. They're edible. You can put them in your salads and things.
Yes.
They've got a lovely peppery taste to them. That's the kind of display that you will achieve with this. Honestly, from this basket, that is what this will look like. Get these home, and these are just going to get better.
Yeah.
Particularly over the
they
next
look
couple of
fantastic
months.
now, but this is, like we said yesterday, the worst they're going to be.
Honestly, they will just keep looking better, much better once you get them home.
More flowers, and to a point where you can't even see the green leaves because they flower so much.
And they trail beautifully, so about 40 by 40 centimetres, and stupidly hardy, down to -25 is what we're talking about with the hardiness here, which I say it every time, but I think it's just incredible that flowers like this can flower in those kinds of extreme temperatures. I would not survive in that.
I'd definitely
either.
not be flowering. I'd be like, you're
hiding.
So you can see there'll be snow on the ground. You'll still have these amazing hanging baskets.
And they've got a lovely smell to them as well, a lovely scent to them. I'm growing some on because I bought the Pro Plugs, the little ones that need growing on. So I've got them growing on in the conservatory, which is really easy to do. But every time I open the conservatory door to go in and check on them and water them, the smell that I get is just incredible. It's beautiful.
Fabulous. Great gift, I think.
Lovely.
If you're thinking about buying a bouquet for someone that's going to die in a week or so, don't buy them these baskets. You've got a pair for the price you see on your screen, $29.99, all ready for you just to hang up. And even if you're buying it as a gift and they haven't got the actual brackets, you could pop these onto the ground if you like. But I bet if you bought those for someone, they'd stick a bracket up.
Put brackets up.
Because they're just beautiful. And you see them, don't you, at the houses. We've had some amazing hanging baskets in the past, and you can see people admiring them as that you walk past. It's really satisfying. They'll absolutely, when they're really in full flower, they will be admiring your baskets, and they will really stand out on the street. Grab those. 450155 is your item number, and you do get a pair of those for $29.98, so do not miss out on those. Now, this is a real favourite, and the most popular, I think, this morning, but actually the most popular with you as well, Bex.
I love it. I absolutely adore it.
I'm not surprised.
Evergreen.
Have you got two of these?
I've got two of these.
Got two of everything.
I've got two of these. I don't have a massive garden, honestly. I've just overplanted everything. It's all squished in. I'm going to have to start moving things. I'm going to start moving things at some point. I love this one because of the luscious, glossy evergreen that you've got in here. And it does look like this all the time. It really is beautiful, healthy looking leaves that you're getting on here. Really good for us to have evergreen plants in our garden. Obviously, if you've got a few deciduous plants in there, you know, you need some evergreen to keep it looking interesting throughout the year. If you've just got deciduous plants, your garden can look a bit bare and horrible. So dot some of these evergreens into your garden to keep it looking luscious. The best thing, I think, I mean, evergreen is great, but the best thing about this is the scent that you get from this, and it being the winter gem, the Christmas box, the sweet box. It gets these flowers on here, so you can see all these buds. They're ready to burst into flower, these. Look,
so it flowers in the winter?
It does, yeah. So this is ready to burst into flower.
Brilliant.
From about, I just moved it, didn't I? Sorry. From about December time, that's what's going to happen. You're going to get these flowers on there.
What an unusual looking flower.
They are really kind of unusual, but it's the scent that comes from them that just wafts along on the breeze outside.
And that's how you found it. It was the smell.
It's indeed. I hunted it down. I was going on a walk.
You could smell it.
I could smell it, and I was like, what is that smell? It smells so good. And I was hunting it down to find the plant that it was, like a crazy lady. And I hunted it down and found it, and I didn't know what it was called. I took pictures. I sent it to my mum, who's a really keen gardener. She was like, I don't know. So we're trying to find out. Eventually found it, and I planted it in my garden a few years ago. I also planted another one just earlier this year because I love it. The scent that you get from this is absolutely glorious. I don't have one in a pot though, which is why I'm thinking about getting another one, because you want one where you're going to be able to smell it. Mine are in the borders. Yeah. So during the winter months, obviously, you have to go into the border.
Get another two.
I just might get two.
Just get another two.
One either side.
Why would you not? Because it sounds amazing, and you've loved it. I love evergreen because I've got a lot of pots, because I've got mainly patio decking, so most of my things are in pots, and it's sad when everything's sort of died off and nothing's got leaves on, whereas this is always going to look this good. But I love the fact it's going to flower at the time when nothing else is flowering, in December, and I love the unusual look to that flower. And then when you say about the fragrance, it's another one that ticks every single box, isn't it? Something again different, unusual, that perhaps no one else will have seen before, but you've got it in your garden. $19.99. Really nice gift idea as well. And it's nice to have something unusual for a present, because I think it's lovely to buy flowers, and it is, don't get me wrong, I love a bouquet of flowers, but it is sad when they die after a week or so, whereas you can buy something like this, you could plant it into a nice little pot, and that could be a nice Christmas gift, actually.
Do you know, I'm going to do it this year.
With a nice big red bow on.
Particularly these winter hardy plants, so like the Sarcococa, the Nandina firepower, and particularly because of the prices that we've got here, where we've got those double days, or maybe it's the Washington palms, or the other one, which I've forgotten, the Phoenix palms.
I'd love to get something
because
like that
they're evergreen. You can buy them now, you can keep them outside in some pots, and then
pop a bow around
Christmas
or birthday.
Beautiful idea.
Or even going around to someone's house for dinner or something, and usually buy a bottle of wine, and you end up drinking that, and again some flowers that'll die in a week. You can actually take a really nice plant that they'll love and enjoy for years and years to come, and they truly will if you plant in this compost. This compost is the nursery's compost. It truly is a professional compost. It's what the nursery uses. And it's their mix of incredible ingredients. And the fact that it's so light and airy, because I'd never come across a compost like this, because every compost I'd used in the past was stodgy, heavy, thick, sometimes you couldn't even move it out of the bag. It was like the bag shape and you could never get it moved. Yeah. And sometimes it had a horrible smell to it as well, sort of a white sort of mould to it, because it seemed, and I was like, how long has that been in that bag? This is all freshly bagged in plain white bags, because this isn't a compost that you'll buy here, there and everywhere. It's the nursery's compost, and it is amazing ingredients and the density of it that allows the plant to be its best, doesn't it?
Absolutely. So the texture of this is light and airy, and that's really important for a few different reasons. But the biggest thing is roots of a plant need room. You know, they don't want to be heavily compacted in here. They want room to be able to get in there and grow and spread. And by spreading, it actually forms the strongest foundation. They need room to breathe. If it's too compacted, then they don't have that time. That's
what's happened here. That's a regular compost. Yeah. So it was compacted in a thicker compost. So actually, it's alive, but the roots haven't grown anymore. But have you ever taken a plant out of a pot at the end of the season and it's like that, and you think, well, it was that size underneath when I put it in. It hasn't actually changed. Whereas actually with our compost, look how the roots grow. They thrive. So you've got bigger plants, bigger flowers, healthier plants, more disease tolerant, better results, better hanging baskets, better pots. Mix it into your soil as well to improve your soil. And it's all down to the light and airiness of it, but also the ingredients.
Yeah, so it gives it its 5 a day, doesn't it? You know, there's so much included in here. I took one out while I spotted it. That is one of the green balls included inside the compost. There's lots of them as you look through. Like, there's another one I found. This is a slow release fertilizer. It's one of the amazing ingredients that you have within the compost. So obviously that's going to feed your plants, you know, and for a good 6 months once you plant it out, that's going to be active and working. We've got composted wood fibres. You can see all those little fibres running through that compost. Now, those fibres are great. They help with the texture of the compost, and we've talked about that already. But it also helps with even water distribution and for water retention in there as well. It helps to hold on to it. There's a wetting agent. There's lime in here to balance out the pH, which is what turns this into an all-round, you know, multi-use house plant, seeds through to trees, everything in between, compost. I used to get confused when you go to the garden centre and this one's a number 5 and this one's a number 3 and something needs a bit of a mixture. You don't need to worry about that with this. This has been designed to be a multi-purpose compost. The only things that we say don't plant in this is the ones that love the ericaceous compost, like the rhododendrons and blueberries, thank you, those sorts of things. And we have ericaceous compost on the website. If you're looking for it, just type it in and you'll be able to get it. But everything else goes in here. In fact, the nursery uses, and this is what it started its life as, was a nursery nursery compost. This is what they use because they need to ensure those results. And I'll point it out to you.
Yeah,
look,
you can see.
Here's the hydrangea. This is the compost that is used in order to grow these plants. So we're not telling you it's a premium professional compost and just selling it to you. It genuinely is the compost that the nursery uses. And they use it because they ensure results, because we're a business, you know. I wouldn't be here. They wouldn't be able to employ me if they weren't making money.
Well, they couldn't grow plants and those plants die because that is money they're losing all the time. They need plants that really will thrive, and that's what this compost will do. Indeed. The bundle they've put together I love. 100 litres, which we could always need the big bag, but you don't have to carry it in a big bag. It's split into 2 50-litre bags, so easy to carry, and it means you can use one bag and one is completely sealed and completely fresh, and they are delivered to your door. They're delivered in a box as well, so if you do want to multi-order and stack them into a garage, you can. Also means they're going to be delivered and they're not ripped. You're not struggling them into a back of a car and you rip a hole and then you've got compost in the back of the car. So delivered brilliantly and really allowing you to get the best out of every plant that you buy, and it will make that difference. And all I will say is try it. Have a look at the 5-star reviews, because I've been selling products since 89, I think was my first.
You were only about 4, weren't you?
89, yeah. God, it was 89, wasn't it? Yeah, it was, gosh.
Started young, you see.
Oh my word, yeah, it was. That was my first Ideal Home exhibition.
Was it?
Yeah, and I've been selling products for all those years, and this is one of the most 5-star rated products, the compost. Can you imagine? Out of everything I've sold, the most 5-star rated product well, it's not a soil, it's a compost. But people love it because it makes such a difference to their garden. Best compost ever, used it for years. Anybody that's used it never goes back because no other compost will do the same. And even if you've got areas in your garden where nothing grows, perhaps you've got clayey areas and everything dies in that area, mix it into the soil and honestly it'll make that difference. Put it onto the top of the soil now, mix it in a little bit through the winter months because I think it just gives it a bit of oomph after your soil's worked so hard through the summer. I do that on top of all my plants as well. Now I love this next plant. It's not two of these, is it?
It can be.
Oh my word, it's a double up. Oh my word. Now, one is amazing, £24.99. No, just £4.99 more.
You can get another one.
You gotta get two. One's amazing, and it is £24.99, but for another under £5, you'll get another one worth £24.99. This is the prettiest of plants. We used to see these in Jersey, and I always wanted one for our house, but normally a wisteria is huge.
Yes.
So they go over garages, they're over the front of the whole of the house.
Up a three-storey house.
Yes, absolutely. But these are more compact, aren't they?
They are, certainly in the early years. So this is a newer compact variety from America that does stay that little bit smaller. So it's, you know, it's perfectly suited for us to grow. And it will reliably flower in its first year. A lot of wisteria can take 5, 6 years before they will flower for you. This will flower for you next year.
Ours was amazing this year, and honestly, you said about smells.
Yeah,
ours is at
the
front of the house by the front door. There's just a little bit of soil, not a great deal of soil, but it just grows there brilliantly. But when we park behind the house as such, and you can smell it from the drive.
Can you? Wow.
It smells so amazing. And I had my photograph taken, it sort of stood by it, and I could hear all the bees. It was alive with it.
Yeah, they love the wisteria.
Beauty.
Well, it creates the most beautiful flowers. They're like bunches of grapes, aren't they? And you get those about April, May time, April, May, June time. Oh, look at those. That is absolutely stunning.
So
you get luscious foliage from this. It's a vigorous grower as well. So this will grow quite quickly. I think having two is fantastic. So if you've got, you know, put one either side of the fence. If you want it to grow over a fence, you can train it with some trellis and stuff to go over there. Or a big pergola. You could try, and then it'll cover it quicker by having two of these. Or get, you know, 2 areas of the garden. You might want to have one on a fence, one growing over somewhere else, or give one as a gift. Grab a couple of tower pots, have them growing in a tower pot. That's exactly what I've done with my wisteria amethyst falls. That picture we showed you earlier of the tower pot,
that was it, wasn't it?
It's a wisteria amethyst falls that I only planted in about May earlier on this year.
Fabulous.
And it is really good. And they were this size. It was this size when I planted it, and it is absolutely filled.
Can you imagine when that flowers? It's going to be absolutely fantastic.
Cannot wait. It's going to be exciting.
It really is.
Winter hardy, easy to grow, wildlife love it, scented, pots, borders, flowers in its first year. Like, there is nothing bad to say about this plant, I don't think.
I love the way it comes as well. So you've got sort of
the trellis work already.
The trellis in it. So you can actually see how you can train this, just like you're seeing up the wall there or the fence, how you can train this. So leave that as it is, and whether you put that into a pot or whether you put that into the soil, that is the start of it. So clever how plants do this, isn't it?
They find their way, don't they, and just start meandering
You can
through.
sort of encourage them to go certain ways, but actually on a whole, especially with wisteria, seems to just do it all by itself. £24.99 for one, which is brilliant, great. It's amazing. It's the most beautiful flower. Or you can double up. I can't quite get that. For £4.99 more, you'll get a plant worth £25.
It's incredible, isn't it?
That's £50 worth of plants.
They're very desirable plants as well. I was reading something that if you've got wisteria growing up your house, it can actually increase the value of your property. I can't guarantee that. I can't guarantee it, but it does make it very desirable, doesn't it?
Twice as much, because you've got two. 550238 is your item number. Absolute beauty, but I would order 2 of those. Don't forget as well, you're nearly at £30, so why not go over that £30 spend and you will get free delivery. So it's well worth spending £30. That's not every week and every day, but you have got it this weekend. And don't forget to use the code always for your double up deals, for your buy one frees. Now that code is YGTV40. That will allow you to unlock all the deals that we've got, but it'll also give you some free bulbs. You get $9.99 worth of bulbs when you put that code in too. But it'll also allow you this half price deal. So $7.50 to get 10 of these quite exotic looking plants, I think. They've got sort of a clover leaf, and then you've got these beautiful mixed of colours. And it's like they've put sort of two flowers together, isn't it? And mixed the colours together. It's like it's incredible. I say this a lot, but Mother Nature is amazing. And that will be that plant that no one else has got. People saying, knocking on the door saying, what's that plant in your front garden? Whether you're putting it into pots, whether you're putting it into beds and borders, you've got 10 garden ready plants there for $7.50. 410117 is your item number. Now, and of course, if you added those in with the wisteria, you're over £30, so you got free delivery. And join the club for £5. You'll get 10% off everything you're ordering. Something else that has been an absolute favourite is the most beautiful of poppies. It's Patty's Plum, and it is stunning. You're getting 3 pots. It's got like a vintagey, sort of silky or satiny sort of look to it. It could be a dress, it could be material. It's got that really dark inside, which you know the bees and the butterflies are going to land onto. You've got 3 pots that will give you the most incredible flowers. And if you want, I would multi-order these, because these are just going to be a delight in your garden. There's something about poppies that is so striking. So 560644 is your item number, and $12.97 is your price today. The black grass, oh, one of my absolute favourites. I have this and it is absolutely stunning. It is black. And it's a grass-like, it's not a grass, but it looks like a grass. You're getting 3 of these 9cm pots. That's it planted into the beds and borders. You can put the 3 together, or you can put them, I've got mine in pots. They are amazing. It's the colour, it's just so striking. Have that against a really bright sort of lime green, or have that in a white pot. You really will adore these. $19.97 is your price. 560219 is your item number. And the last one for now, but don't go anywhere, we've still got time left in our show. And don't forget, our show is on every Sunday from 10 a.m. till 2, and then every Wednesday and every Thursday 10 till 1 and 2 till 4. Now this is our Caribbean lily, which will grow very happily here in the UK. 3 bulbs for $9.99. However, double up. You want these in pots, you want these in the beds and borders. You can get 6 bulbs for $14.99. So for another $4.99, you'll get another 3 bulbs. Love the colour, love the way they flower around the edge and then flower in the, upwards sort of thing, to give you this incredible display of exotic glory. So 6330045 is your item number. Now, I know lots of you are shopping, you're building up your baskets, because if you spend over £30, you get free delivery. Now, have you got somewhere to put them all? I often get home and think, I bought a couple of extra and I haven't actually got any pots for them. We've got some amazing pot deals.
Yeah, this is really, really good. So if you're buying your Caribbean lily, I think, hang on. If you're buying your Caribbean lily, 1 in that pot.
Yeah.
Look absolutely beautiful. Put 1 in that pot, because it grows about 30cm high. That'll look lovely. Yep. 1 in there. I would actually, if you're going Caribbean lily, get a bigger pot and put all 3 in together.
Yeah,
but you could put it in there quite happily. If you're buying your Pansy Cool Waves, put 1 in the centre of there.
Just 1 plant.
1 plant
Fabulous.
in the centre of there, because your Pansy Cool Wave will grow 40 by 40 centimetres, so it'll gently trail over the edge of this pot. It will fill this pot. If you're Sean Ryan, he always overplants. This is not me saying it, this is him saying it. He'll probably put 2 in there, just because it fills it quicker.
I'm the same.
I get it. I get it. It's fine. I kind of do the same thing as well. But yes, these are absolutely brilliant.
So
you're getting 10
of
those included. All beautiful designs going around there. You've got that kind of brushed, kind of, bronzy colour. Is it bronzy or gold? Yeah. Lovely colour effect on there. Made of plastic. Please, I used to be a complete snob about plastic pots. I used to think it had to be ceramic, or it had to be a glazed pot. It had to be you know, something. But generally, they cost more than the plant itself.
And
they crack, they break.
They do. They're terrible through the winter months, and they're not great through the summer. And if you knock it over and then you break it. I actually know a gardener that swears that plastic pots are actually better.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that there are so many benefits to plastic pots. So 100% go for these. They're an amazing price. They look absolutely beautiful, and they're designed to last you for years.
They could be round a patio.
I love them.
Perhaps you've got a balcony. You could have all 10 around the balcony with Pansy Cool Waves in each of those. $14.99, 130 470 is your item number. Talking Pansy Cool Waves, jot down the item number. These are an absolute delight. You buy in 10. But when you put them into your basket and use the code, and that code is YGTV40, you will actually get 20 in total.
Yeah.
So we do it. You just put one lot in. When you put the code in, we'll put another 10 in.
Yeah, make sure you do as well, because you don't want to miss out on free plants.
No.
Even if you're not going to use them, give them to somebody else.
So good.
So good. Yeah, we love Pansy Cool Wave. You know, they're the best trailing pansy. They're garden ready. They're ready for you to plant out. If you want to create your hanging basket displays, get this basically, because you can plant these out now. You don't need to pot them on or grow them on. They don't need to go into a conservatory or a greenhouse. They'll gently trail about 40 centimetres. Each plant will spread by about 40 centimetres as well. They'll keep flowering right the way through to May. You get probably 9 months worth of 8-9 months worth of colour.
Amazing, isn't it?
It's incredible.
They pay for themselves.
Through those horrible winter months, the cold, the frost.
Sometimes you don't even see the greenery.
I know.
It's just flowers.
So -25 these can cope with, and it just keeps flowering. Beautiful scent from these as well. Massively popular every single year. These are the flowers. These are the really popular ones.
So 400,967 is your item number. Put one in, put the code in, and you will get 20 in total. Lobelia Queen Victoria, one of my absolute favourites. Now this is a really great sort of half price deal that you've got. $7.50 for 10 of these, and these are stunning. They've got these really sort of burgundy red leaves. I couldn't believe how quickly they grew, but what really surprised me, and I knew there were going to be flowers, was how tall they grew and how strikingly red these flowers were. They stand out in the garden like they are the focal point. They're like, oh my goodness, they're amazing.
Well, they're pretty flowers as well, aren't they? They look like tropical flowers.
They do,
I always say birds of paradise. They've got these two-lipped flowers going on here, reaching about 90 centimetres in height here. Wonderful contrasting colours with the bright red against the burgundy, but that's contrasting against the rest of the garden as well. So it makes it stand out, and the contrast makes the other plants stand out. Really valuable to mix the colours of the foliage in your garden in order to do that. Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit as well here. So this is a proven performer, as said so by the Royal Horticultural Society,
and by me,
and by Hayley. She knows what she's talking about because she's got these.
They are absolutely amazing. I'd put them further back in your beds and borders because they do grow much taller than you'd think. They are absolutely stunning. $7.50 is your price, and it's another half price deal for those 10 plants. Now, the I can't say this. Aquilegia. Mrs. Scott Elliott.
Yeah, Mrs. Scott Elliott, that's one who I still haven't found out who she is. Does anyone know?
No, who is she? No one emailed in. Who is Mrs. Scott Elliott?
I'll find out for next time.
We'll try and find out. We're going to skip over her, but she's got really nice...
But it's a half price one still.
Yeah, it is. It's half price, $7.50, and it's got really nice clovery leaves and really unusual flowers as well. I think they're stunning, absolutely lovely. But we want to get to you, Rebecca.
Rude Beckia, quite like that. Yes, this is a brilliant plant to have in your garden. Particularly at this time of year, properly garden ready. This one, isn't it?
Wow.
Ready for you to plant that one out. Plant me, I want to be in your garden. Massage those roots out because that one's really ready to go out. So massage those roots before you plant it. But that's going to give you such amazing colour at this time of year, and that's why we're bringing this one to you. It is your later flowering perennial. The Goldstrom will flower for you sort of September, October time. They're uniform flowers, bright yellow daisy-like flowers with that black button in the centre, also known as Black-Eyed Susan. You can absolutely see why, can't you?
Yes, yeah.
Wildlife love them. They flower profusely. lovely. Planted en masse like that is absolutely brilliant. I've got the little gold star variety, one of those garden ready plants planted earlier on this year, 10 flowers on that one plant.
Fabulous.
So this is just going to get bigger and better. If you're getting 10 of these garden readies, if each one of them has 10 flowers on in its first year, wow, what a display you are going to get.
So half price deal, £7.50 to 10 plants, 410 125 and 24. Don't forget, we have got another option as well with our half price, which is our garden ready foxgloves, and they are just stunning. 10 plants, and they are Dalmatian. It's like they've been painted and giving you height and that cottage garden sort of look in your garden. £7.50 again for 10 of those plants. So 410 119 is your item number. Or the Erigeron is the same deal as well, and that is our Sea of Blossom, and that is that beautiful daisy that turns from white to a pink to a real purple. £7.50 again for 10 of those plants. All of these deals do unlock the code to those deals using your voucher YGTV40, and that will actually also give you those free bulbs. You're actually getting 60 is 60, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
I doubt myself every time. 60 of those for £9.99. They're free, which is fabulous. And don't forget, if you spend over £30, you are getting free delivery as well. And join the club for £5. You'll get 10% off everything, and that is for the year. But we've got to finish off. The 4 hours have gone. It
goes quick, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? And this has been your absolute favourite today, and I'm not surprised. So many benefits from having this, isn't there?
Loads of benefits. Bright green, glossy, evergreen leaves. Those look like that all year round. Totally valuable to have glossy evergreen like that. But it's the scent, it's the flowers, and you get those that the buds are there, they're ready to burst into flower now. That's what they're going to look like. But the scent that you get from these, it's a strong scent, and I think that's a wonderful thing, honestly. Sweet, vanilla-y scent from, it's so beautiful. You definitely want to plant this somewhere where you're going to get the best out of it. I've got mine in the borders. I need one to put in a pot by the door so that I can smell it when I walk past it.
The flowers are so unusual.
More plants.
Love the fact that it's so evergreen as well, because that means it's always going to look that good. So all winter long. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget, back on Wednesday from 10 till 1 and 2 till 4, and Thursday the same, and back next Sunday as well. Huge thank you to Bex.
Thank you to you.
Thank you for watching. Join the club, and we'll see you later. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Lots of love. Bye.